following the strikes in Iran, Israel, and the U.S. targeting the IRGC, the Iran Revolutionary Guard, in that area. Again, we are going to follow all of this and keep you updated as we get additional information coming into the newsroom. Now, later on today, we know that President Trump is going to be meeting with the Chancellor of Germany at the White House. Not quite clear at this point if we can expect that he's going to make some public comments. We know that cameras are expected to be allowed in for at least a couple minutes during that bilateral meeting between the two. We're going to bring you all of that live as we always do. I can tell you that is set right now for 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, with the German Chancellor arriving there around 11. Again, we will have extensive coverage of that and bring you all of the live images we get, as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. We do have to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, 5:51 on the East Coast and 2:51 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours as we talk everything Operation Epic Fury. Of course, we know about 72 hours ago, that's when we saw the U.S. and Israel come together to strike Iran. Of course, those strikes are expected to continue, as President Trump says that this could last 4 to 5 weeks. And so far, he does say there are bigger strikes that could be possible. Popping this up on your screen right now, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying, "I know the situation in the Middle East is worrying for British people in the region and at home. It's my duty as Prime Minister to keep British people safe." Now, we know that Keir Starmer said that the UK will not be at war. They will not join in, despite saying that it would allow the U.S. to use British bases during its war with Iran, and after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was struck by an Iranian-made drone. Want to bring you the comments from Starmer, fairly brief here on Live Now from Fox, as we listen in to his remarks, again saying that the UK will not be entering the war.
With permission, I will update the House on the situation in Iran and the wider region and our response. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom was not involved in the initial strikes on Iran by the US and Israel. That decision was deliberate. We believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement in which Iran agrees to give up any aspirations to develop a nuclear weapon. and ceases its destabilising activity across the region. That has been the long-standing position of successive British governments. President Trump has expressed his disagreement with our decision not to get involved in the initial strikes. But it is my duty to judge what is in Britain's national interest. That is what I've done, and I stand by it. But, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Iran's outrageous response has become a threat to our people, our interests and our allies, and it cannot be ignored. Iran has lashed out across the region. They've launched hundreds of missiles and thousands of drones at countries which did not attack them, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Bahrain and Oman. And overnight, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, launched attacks on Israel, seeking to escalate the war. Mr. Speaker, there are an estimated 300,000 British citizens in the regions, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. Iran has hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying. It is deeply concerning for the whole House and the whole country. And, Mr. Speaker, our armed forces are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. On Saturday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain with missiles and drones. There were 300 British personnel on the base, some within a few hundred yards of the strike. Last night, a drone hit RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. There were no casualties in this strike. Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to say that our bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. The security of our friends and partners in Cyprus is of critical importance. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The strike on RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus was not in response to any decision that we have taken. In our assessment, the drone was launched prior to our announcement. Iran's aggression towards Britain and our interests is long-standing, and that's why we've always ensured that protections for British bases and personnel are at their highest level. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the death of the Supreme Leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. In fact, their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians. They are working ruthlessly and deliberately through a plan to strike not only military targets, but also economic targets in the region, with no regard for civilian casualties. That is the situation we face today, and to which we must respond. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking to our Gulf partners over the weekend. They're outraged by Iran's acts, particularly as they played no part in any strikes, and they've asked us to do more to defend them. Moreover, it is my duty, the highest duty of my office, to protect British lives. That is why we put British jets in the air, Typhoons and F-35s, as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already successfully intercepted Iranian strikes, including, Mr. Speaker, taking out one drone that was heading towards a coalition base in Iraq, housing UK service personnel. I want to pay tribute to our brilliant servicemen and women, putting themselves in harm's way to keep others safe. And I know the whole House will join me in expressing our gratitude and our respect. But, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not possible to shoot down every Iranian missile and every drone after they've been launched. The only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots or at the launchers. The US requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose because they have the capabilities to do so. Yesterday evening, we took the decision to accept that new request in order to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. To be clear, the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We are not joining the US and Israeli offensive strikes. The basis for our decision is the collective self-defence of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. It is in accordance with international law, and we've produced a summary of our legal advice which clearly sets this out. We will keep the decision under review. Mr. Speaker, we are not joining the strikes, but we will continue our defensive actions in the region. France and Germany are also prepared to enable US action to destroy Iran's capability to fire missiles and drones from source. I've been in close contact with President Macron and Chancellor Merz in recent days, as well as President Trump and leaders across the region to that end. Mr. Speaker, be in no doubt, the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. In January, they murdered thousands of their own people, the full horror of which is still hidden from the world. For decades, they have sought to destabilise the region and export terror around the world. Their proxies in Yemen have targeted British ships in the Red Sea. They facilitated Russia's attacks in Ukraine. The regime's tentacles have even reached these shores, posing a direct threat to Iranian dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, Iran has backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil, each of which, Mr. Speaker, we have foiled. So it's clear the Iranian regime must never be allowed to get their hands on nuclear weapons. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. And ultimately, this will have to be achieved at the negotiating table. Mr. Speaker, in this dangerous moment, our first thoughts are with our citizens in the region, friends, family members, and constituents. I recognise the deep concern that the situation is causing for those involved and for communities across the country. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support, and to monitor the Home Office travel advice, which is being regularly updated. Across much of the region, airspace remains closed, and local authorities are advising individuals to shelter in place. The situation on the ground may remain challenging for some time, so we're sending rapid deployment teams to the region to support our British nationals on the ground. And we're in close contact with the travel industry and governments in the region, including with our friends in the UAE, given the concentration of British nationals in that country. And we're looking at all options to support our people. We want to ensure that they can return home as swiftly and safely as possible. The FCDO phone lines are open to provide consular support, and ministers are available to meet MPs to discuss any individual cases. Mr. Speaker, we're also reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, including Muslim and Jewish community organisations, and we're making sure that sites across the country, including places of worship, have appropriate protective security in place. Mr. Speaker, the situation in the region is developing rapidly, so we will continue to update the House in coming days. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken recently about the toll that global events are taking here at home. They come crashing into our lives with ever greater frequency, hitting our economy, driving up prices on the supermarket shelves or at the pump, dividing communities, bringing anxiety and fear. That's why how we operate on the world stage matters so much. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. Any UK actions must always have a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. I say again, we were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now. But in the face of Iran's barrage of missiles and drones, we will protect our people in the region and support the collective self-defence of our allies, because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat, to prevent the situation spiralling further, and support a return to diplomacy. It is the best way to protect British interests and British lives. That is what this government is doing.
All right, I wanted to bring you those comments there from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, of course, saying that the UK was not involved in the strikes on Iran, but that they will allow the U.S. to use those bases to target Iran as Operation Fury there, Epic Fury, does continue in the coming weeks. Of course, President Trump saying that it's expected to go possibly for as long as 4 to 5 weeks. If you are just joining us, we are just past the top of the hour here, 6:06 on the East Coast and 3:06 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next several hours as we break down everything about Operation Epic Fury. Right now, on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over Tel Aviv at this hour. As we know, once again, we are hearing sirens that are sounding across Israel as Iran has fired more missiles. Now, again, this is going to continue to happen past several days, and really, if you think about it, several months and years. Right now, I want to talk about the situation on the ground, as well as everything happening there in general with Iran. We do have Asher Westrop Evans, a journalist and Middle East expert on the ground over in Tel Aviv. Asher, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Josh, a pleasure to be here with you.
And first off, I want to ask you about the situation on the ground there. Again, the sirens, it seems, are sounding once again. People are having to run to their bomb shelters.
Yeah, certainly, Josh. I'm speaking to you right now from inside my own bomb shelter. We've got the steel doors closed, the steel shutters on the window, and this really is the standard operating procedure for all of Tel Aviv and frankly, most of Israel at this time, having to run periodically in and out of shelters around the country. Some people have private shelters available, but many are having to hunker down in public shelters, crowding in with many others. And as I'm sure some of your viewers have seen images of those having to hide in train stations and other secure areas, underground parking lots, sometimes camping there overnight, whole families there, a country of 10 million, all periodically going in and out. We did have a brief lull of about 10 hours overnight. I believe it was from around midnight till around 10 a.m. where there were no sirens, blessedly, over all of the country, outside of a little bit from the north from attacks from Hezbollah. But that seems to have broken now. We've had a couple of sirens already this morning, and I guess we'll just have to see how much more persists over the course of the day.
And you're taking a live look there over Tel Aviv at this hour on the left-hand side of your screen. Going to pop this up from our friend Trey Yingst over at Fox News. He posts, and he has been, kind of the alerts that continue to come in. It says incoming missiles triggering sirens across central Israel. This, as you mentioned, Asher, has almost become a way of life, not just over the past several days, but over the past several years.
Most certainly, Josh. I mean, Israel is one of the few countries in the world to have the sort of extensive bomb shelter system that it has. Most homes built after the mid-90s have shelters built into them. There is a wide system array of public shelters as well. Many buildings, parking lots, whatnot are reinforced as shelter spaces. So this is really a way of life for Israelis. That being said, there had been relative quietude for a while in the wake of the ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. There had been a lull. The Houthis had stopped firing missiles since the 12-day war back in June of last year. There had been no missiles coming from Iran. So there had been a sense of quiet for a while. People had started to get used to a sense of normalcy of not having to run to shelters. Obviously, that's all changed now in the wake of the start of this conflict. People are back in and out of shelters, not really traveling far from. It is under the Homefront Command recommendations that Israelis always stay within about 10 minutes of a shelter at any given time, which makes travel across the country, daily work, and the like much trickier for many Israelis.
One thing we heard on Monday from U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson, very interesting here, as he was asked a lot of questions about the situation with Iran and the Operation Epic Fury. He said essentially that the president was left with a very difficult decision because Israel had said that it planned to attack Iran. It wanted to attack Iran. So the U.S. had to essentially decide if they wanted to be a part of that. Break down for me kind of your thoughts on the fact that the U.S. and Israel came together. What does that tell you about the significance of taking down the current Iranian regime?
I think it highlights the importance to both regimes, both here in Israel and, of course, President Trump in the United States. And I think it's a bit of a misnomer that some like to bring up, particularly critics of Israel who would say that Israel somehow led the U.S. into war. I don't think anyone has the capacity to lead the likes of U.S. President Donald Trump into war without his own decision-making. And I think that that's important to point out, that this was a decision made by the U.S. President Trump, and U.S. came as allies. Yes, obviously very interested in ensuring that the nuclear threat, the missile threat, the proxy threat, and of course the threat to their own people in Iran, the protesters that the Iranian regime targeted, that all those threats were simultaneously wiped out, very much in Israel's interest, but also, I would argue, in the interest of the United States as the lead partner in this conflict, and very much in contrast perhaps to what UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer just said, very much in the interest of all of the Western democracies to ensure that Iran's threat is not perpetuated around the world, because that is their MO. Arming proxies, giving them direct missiles or intelligence or capabilities to act in splinter cells around the world. And that's what they've been doing for the past 37 years under Ayatollah Khamenei, who now is deceased, has been targeted and assassinated by US and Israeli strikes, and now will no longer be able to perpetuate that reign of terror around the globe.
I want to pop up this live image that we have coming in out of Beirut. As you can see there in Lebanon, the smoke not rising as much as it was earlier, but Israel, the military there, confirming a bit earlier on this morning that they were striking at the same time, both Iran, Tehran specifically, and Beirut in Lebanon as they target Hezbollah in that location. Can you explain for folks out there Hezbollah's kind of, I guess you could say, stronghold there in Beirut?
Yeah, certainly right. So Hezbollah does have a stronghold in the southern suburbs of Beirut, but they operate all throughout southern Lebanon. And this has been known for a long time. This is going back, we're talking to the Second Lebanon War back in 2006, when there were meant to be conditions put in place to prevent Hezbollah from operating in southern Lebanon, but south of the Litani River. I won't get too much into the technical geography there, but Hezbollah operates throughout all of southern Lebanon, and Israel has for a long time attempted to dismantle, remove their forces in that area, which involved in the invasion of southern Lebanon that occurred last year. And now we're seeing a repeat of that. Hezbollah made the mistake of getting involved in this war. They were originally seeming to keep out of it, but there was missile and drone fire that took place from southern Lebanon, and Israel has responded in force, now reportedly sending ground troops into southern Lebanon, actually, boots on the ground inside southern Lebanon to try and clear out some of those Hezbollah strongholds that exist there. We're talking infrastructure, military infrastructure built into homes, built into hillsides, hidden under barns. I mean, this is the MO of Hezbollah, and they've had this threat hanging over Israel for decades now, and it's come to the point in this war, it seems, that Israel is determined to clear house. and ensure that no longer can this threat hang over northern Israel. In these areas, which, by the way, I will just stress to your viewers, we're talking about tiny tracts of land, the sort of areas of Israel, you compare that to the United States or other parts of the world, tiny distances that we're talking about here, mere kilometers, tens of kilometers, miles, I should say, of distance that we're talking about here.
As far as what happens here in the coming hours and days, President Trump has already said that this Operation Epic Fury could last for 4 to 5 weeks. What do you think is going to be Israel's role in all of this? Do you think it's going to continue to be kind of a simultaneous operation, a joint operation where the U.S. and Israel continue to take out the IRGC and other strongholds there in Iran?
I certainly believe so, Josh. I mean, Israel provides a few key factors to help support American operations. One, namely, is the intelligence. Israel has an in-depth intelligence network, has been gathering for decades information on Iran and the Iranian regime, whether it be the location of specific commanders, as we saw the incredible effort on the first day of this war to take out so much of the military command of Iran and, of course, the Ayatollah himself. But also, where assets are located, the stockpiles of enriched uranium and other nuclear materials that Iran has.
Riverside's going to help you edit your podcast in record time. Let's have a play. Your podcast transcript is here, and you just have to edit the text, and that will edit the podcast. Super simple. You'll never edit your podcast the old way again. No podcaster has the time to clean up an hour-long conversation. That's why God gave us AI. All these are ums and awkward silences. 2 clicks, and they're gone. And to help promote your show, Riverside finds all the best parts of your podcast and turns them into social clips automatically. I mean, why would you edit the old way when you can edit with Riverside? You got to check out Riverside. You can even start for free.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
In a foreign regime to come and control Iran, but rather to give the Iranian people, who overwhelmingly have been shown time and again to the majority not support the Ayatollah's regime, to overthrow this authoritarian regime, to stand up for themselves and to be able to install a regime led by the people. That is and has always been the goal, certainly of Israel and the United States, to overthrow this regime and instead have the Iranian people lead. And that is really, really the idea there. But whether it'll happen now, whether we are at the start of something, I frankly think it's too early to tell. The key targets are still being struck, as we heard from US President Donald Trump. The biggest wave of strikes from the US is yet to even occur. So while we're still targeting these key elements of the current regime's power, it's too early to tell whether the protesters will be able to take to the street and overthrow the government, but that is the goal in the long term.
Asher, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Obviously, a lot to discuss and a lot to break down, so I'm sure we'll have you back very soon. But anything that we missed, anything that you want to make sure that you add here before I let you go?
I really want to stress, the nature of the Iranian regime's strikes as we're seeing them now. Obviously, I'm sitting here in Tel Aviv, the key and obvious target for the Iranian regime. But as we've seen and mentioned before, they are striking all over the region. They are flailing like a dying and wounded beast, shooting at any and everyone they can, whether it be Saudi oil assets, whether it be threatening the Straits of Hormuz, one of the most important shipping lanes in the world. Whether it be hitting Dubai, a city with transport hubs, influences, economy and more. These sort of strikes are the sign of a dying beast, and hopefully the start of the end of this regime. But as I said, it's a little too early to tell, but we'll have to see how this plays out in the days and weeks ahead. Plenty to watch.
Yeah, we'll definitely be watching it all unfold and bringing our viewers here the latest information. Asher Westrop Evans, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. We definitely appreciate your insight.
Thanks so much, Josh.
And of course, we continue to follow everything related to the ongoing situation here, Operation Epic Fury. We know, of course, Israel has a different name for that operation. Now, if we happen to get any news conferences today with any Israeli officials, we'll bring those to you here in full, if they are, of course, in English. Now, I also want to remind you that coming up later on today, we are expecting we'll hear from President Trump as he welcomes the German chancellor to the White House about 11 a.m. Eastern time. So cameras, of course, will capture them shaking hands and walking into the White House. But then it appears that the press pool will actually be able to go inside the meeting room there, where there will likely be other top Trump administration officials. Not quite clear yet if we are going to get full remarks, if there's going to be a lot of talk about Iran, and if there will be a Q&A. But regardless of what we get, we're going to bring it to you here in full, commercial-free on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live coverage coming up in just a few. You are taking a live look over Tel Aviv at this hour as we head to a quick break. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 623 on the East Coast and 323 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we're taking a look at a live image there out of Beirut, Lebanon, as the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, says it is targeting the Hezbollah terror group right now that is over in Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. As you can see, the smoke once again rising. I do want to take this image full. We know that this has been the situation over the past several hours. Hezbollah, of course, firing over at Israel. Now, we're also getting reports that Israel might have ground troops there in Lebanon, but it's not clear if that is going to be confirmed fully by the IDF. If we do get more information on that, we will bring it to you as soon as we do. And of course, the sirens continue to sound all over Israel. Trey Yingst over at Fox News posting this image of all of the back-to-back alerts that have been issued all throughout the day. And of course, he says incoming missiles triggering sirens across central Israel. Right now, I do want to head right back over to the U.S. We do have a shot of the Capitol, as we know there will be a briefing today for lawmakers. They're going to be discussing Iran, exactly what happened there with Operation Epic Fury and what is still left to happen. Again, a lot of that information is not going to be released, but this is going to be a closed-door meeting, one of them with senators and one with House of Representatives. But we're actually going to have several of them join us coming up in just about an hour and a half. At 8 o'clock, we will have Democrat Adam Smith. And then about 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be joined by Republican Mike Herodopoulos. As we continue to follow everything out of Washington, we also know that President Trump is expected to welcome the German chancellor to the White House a bit later on this morning. That is set for 11 a.m. Eastern Time, and we could potentially get remarks from him and possibly the German chancellor about everything going on in Iran. We'll bring that to you commercial-free, in full, uninterrupted. That's what we do as we get these live feeds coming in. Right now, I want to take you to some remarks that President Trump made, fairly brief, but yesterday as he was posthumously awarding a Medal of Honor and several other Medal of Honors here. He talked a little bit about Iran. Let's lift up the audio and listen in.
So before we begin this important ceremony, and there's no ceremony that can be much more important than this, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury. Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out, and then they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now, I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, wanted to play the portion of those remarks, all related, of course, to the situation on the ground in Iran. We're talking about Operation Epic Fury. We could potentially get some more information and remarks from President Trump as he welcomes the German chancellor to the White House later on this morning. That is currently set for 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Any live images we get, we'll bring to you in real time. We also know later on today, lawmakers are going to be briefed on Operation Epic Fury. We're going to have 2 of them here later on this morning. 8 o'clock, we'll hear from Democrat Adam Smith. And then at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be joined by Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida. Right now, we do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are just past the half an hour mark, 6:34 on the East Coast and 3:34 on the West Coast. It is the third day of March. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events. Of course, the big story that we continue to cover is Operation Epic Fury. On the left hand, a live look over the Capitol as we know that today lawmakers will be briefed on that operation. Of course, senators, representatives, all of them. But it's important to note that is going to happen behind closed doors. And it's also important to note that amid this operation, which President Trump says could last 4 to 5 weeks, there are primaries that are underway today, and that includes over in Texas, the big one there, the Texas Senate race. We're going to have those results later on today as we get those in, but it's also important to note that we are just several months away from the midterm elections. What I want to do is bring in Casey Myers over at Virginia Tech, of course, a friend of the show here. Casey, thank you so much for being here as always.
Thank you for having me.
So it's no question that the situation in Iran, Operation Epic Fury, is likely to be a huge topic of discussion there during the midterm election. So break down for me what kind of impacts all of this could have.
Well, we're already seeing a discussion with it broadly speaking about, the process by which this took place. And Democrats have been critical of that. We've seen criticism, I think, of President Trump's agenda going forward around this intervention. And people have framed it around, in the backdrop of what was it like in Afghanistan and Iraq and what is America first now? I think a lot of people also are trying to figure out how does the Trump administration's policy kind of comport with his previous statements around, strategic intervention and America first. And so there's going to be controversy around that. There's going to be politics around that. I think where the politics gets a little bit more impactful, maybe in a midterm, is how does this play out over the next few weeks? How does this play out in things like gas prices, which then relate back to affordability issues and other economic issues that seem to be top of mind in this election cycle?
I have to imagine here, as of course we know, for the most part, you're
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where words can launch a business, while you control every detail. The generation always adapting, without missing a beat. It's your generation, where vision and technology work as one. This is the new way to create. Wix.
In more detail over the coming weeks, and we're already seeing that from President Trump and some of his messaging coming out of the White House. But politically, it does break down, I think, in a very partisan way. It may be very difficult for some Republicans or Democrats who are running in a more competitive district or competitive state in the midterms, how they're going to be handling this, particularly if they're critical of the Trump administration, because they are also, many are critical of the Iranian regime. So kind of parsing that out becomes more complicated, I think, as a political narrative.
And of course, we are now 3 days removed from the start of this operation overall. So we talked about the midterm elections. We're talking months away from actual election day, so to speak. But with the primaries kind of kicking off today and a big one being that Texas Senate race, do you think there is going to be an impact already? Is there that immediate impact as we go into the primary?
I don't know that it's an immediate impact, but I do think that it is part of the overall conversation that's going on within the political kind of ecosystem in the United States. And so what we're seeing in these primaries, I think, is a lot of conversations around what's the future of both parties. And one of the things that's interesting about primaries is that it tends to be more polarized, and it tends to be more talking to base supporters. And so for Democrats, that may be more progressive progressive voters and for Republicans, more conservative voters. But again, what I think is going to be interesting to see is that in some instances, you have people who are condemning the process, but also condemning Iran in the same kind of way. And so what happens there is, how do you kind of articulate that to make kind of a coherent political argument? I think also one of the things that really is the unknown here is how this plays out. What does this look like? I think that in today's environment, there's just so much unknown going forward into, these elections. When you get into November, I think the picture becomes clearer, and there may be, not just predictions, but actual evidence of how well this was executed and what the real impact is for the United States.
Speaking politically overall, we know that later on today, Congress, there's going to be one session for the Senate, another session for the House of Representatives, as they get briefed by the Trump administration on Operation Epic Fury, how it's played out so far, and potentially some of what's going to happen in the future. Again, speaking politically, how important is it that members of Congress are kept updated on situations of this magnitude?
Well, I think it's important. I think that that's something that has been acknowledged through these briefings. But one of the things that kind of is an outgrowth of that is the Congress's role in intervening or having these sort of interventionist policies and efforts. And I think one of the things that you see coming out of Congress, and this is coming out of from some Democrats and Republicans, is that, what is the congressional role here in terms of presidential power? Does there need to be, some sort of conversation about curtailing that? But again, I think that those efforts are largely symbolic. I don't think that actually results in any kind of major shift in powers or in any kind of major shifts in how this is going to be carried out. But again, a political talking point nonetheless.
What should we watch for in the coming days, weeks, and months as we get closer to the midterm elections? And we do see how everything plays out, of course, there in Iran, but really the impact here overall.
Well, I think the impact in the United States is one that is going to be largely economic. And so one of the things that I would be watching for is, what does the price of oil do? How does that affect people and paying for gas? And then also kind of through that price of oil also affects pricing writ large. And so that may be nothing, that may be something very significant. We just don't know yet. But again, what we do know is that this is something that is a top of mind issue that's already been talked about in the State of the Union. It was also talked about in the Democratic response, and that's this affordability issue. And so if this somehow turns into something that has that type of impact, I think it becomes more personalized for Americans, and it becomes also something that is impacting them in their day-to-day lives. And so that's something that I would look at going forward. And I would also look at, what is the kind of the larger geopolitical issues going on globally, and how other nations are talking about this as well. That may become a political talking point going forward.
All right, Casey Myers, as always, we appreciate your insight and expertise. Anything we missed on this topic here, as again, it is primary day in many locations?
Well, I would just say that this is one of many issues, and the other issues that we've talked about so many times, such as government funding and immigration, still are part of this conversation. And this is just now a new factor to look at during this midterm election.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
And of course, as we continue to cover everything relating to this operation here, Epic Fury, we know that President Trump has said this could all go on for 4 to 5 weeks. We're also seeing Israel not just striking Tehran, but also Lebanon, specifically Beirut, a stronghold for the Hezbollah terror group. And a bit earlier on today, we saw smoke rising over Beirut. Things right now, it looks like they've kind of shifted the camera, though, may have calmed down at this hour. We're going to keep in touch with the IDF and, of course, bring you updates as they come in. Now, from what Casey was just talking about, we just got this post from Fox News Politics. They say gas price surge. Analysts warn consumers could see 25 to 50 cent jumps at the pump as Middle East tensions threaten the Strait of Hormuz, a critical corridor for 20% of global oil supply. Right now, we're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. I am seeing something pop up, though, on the screen right here, as this looks to be the government of the United Arab Emirates. We're going to listen in as they get underway to see if there is a portion in English or a translation, as they're likely to discuss the situation with Iran and the impacts there at the UAE. We will bring you any of that in English here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here for the next couple hours as we continue to follow everything relating to Operation Epic Fury. At this point, there is no official briefing that is set for today with President Trump or any other members of the Trump administration speaking to members of the media. There's nothing listed, but we know at 11 a.m., President Trump will welcome the German chancellor to the White House, and cameras are expected to be allowed inside at least for a few minutes during bilateral meeting expected to take place there in the Oval Office. We will bring you any kind of live images we get, and if President Trump does a Q&A, you can imagine a lot of it, if not all of it, will be focused on the situation with Iran. We also know that lawmakers, both the Senate and the House of Representatives, expected to be briefed behind closed doors today on the situation that unfolded in Iran, as well as what happens next. Right now, what I want to do is take a live look as we are awaiting some potential remarks here, possibly in English, at the United Arab Emirates. This is the government as they are meeting to discuss the situation with Iran and take questions from media members there. Let me lift up the audio just to see if we can hear anything yet. And that was good timing on our part because it appears that they are taking their seat. Again, not quite clear if this will be in English at any point or if there is going to be a translation. But again, I do want to listen here live over in the United Arab Emirates.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة الممثلين وسائل الإعلام المحلية والإقليمية والدولية، نرحب بكم في هذه الإحاطة الإعلامية المخصصة لاستعراض آخر المستجدات في ضوء التطورات الإقليمية الراهنة والجهود.
All right. It is safe to say that that is not in English there, and it's sent underneath. If that changes, we're going to bring you those remarks, as we know that there have been missiles sighted over the UAE as well as places like Qatar. So there's a lot that they have to say. Now, while we're on that note here, I want to bring this to you because there is this list of countries that was provided by the State Department as they are urging Americans to leave any of these countries. They say, depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. They have Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Now, you can see there on the bottom, it's very small, but there is a phone number that you can call 24/7 if you're in one of those areas and have questions for the State Department. That number right there is 202-501-4444. That is 202-501-4444. You did hear from some folks a bit earlier who said that they were wondering if they could go from Israel over to Jordan. However, we are told by the State Department they are not advising that. They say that is not a good idea right now due to the tensions there. Now, before we head to our final 2-minute commercial break, I want to listen back in as we have those remarks from the UAE. They have switched speakers, or appear to be. Want to see if those are in English, but if not, we'll head to a quick break.
المتخذة على المجال الاقتصادي لضمان استقرار الأسواق واستمرارية الأعمال. سعادة العميد عبد العزيز الأحمد المتحدث الرسمي عن وزارة الداخلية الحديث أيضا عن الجانب الأمني والإجراءات الداخلية.
All right. So again, no English translation there in the UAE as we hear from the government. If that changes, if they do start up a translation, we will bring that to you right away on Live Now from Fox, as no question that is going to be a big discussion surrounding Iran and different missiles that have been fired in their area. Right now, you are looking at some smoke still rising over Beirut in Lebanon as we follow all the developments there. Israel saying this morning, really just hours ago, that they are launching strikes this morning against Tehran in Iran. That is where they are targeting the IRGC. However, they are also striking Beirut at this hour because that is where the Hezbollah terror group has been firing at them. Of course, we've seen several locations across Israel, specifically residential areas that have been targeted. And we know, unfortunately, there have been at least a dozen lives lost. And that number, sadly, could continue to increase as we know that search and rescue crews are now working recovery efforts in the areas that were impacted. Right now, we are going to head to that quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live news on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour on this Tuesday. It is 6:54 on the East Coast. Wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here throughout this Tuesday as we continue to cover everything related to Operation Epic Fury. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a live look over Tel Aviv, where we know that once again, over the past several hours, as we have seen for the past 72 hours.
We are Arizona Virtual Academy.
We are parents.
Learning coaches.
Somos estudiantes.
We're roadrunners.
We are high-tech.
Passionate.
Social. We are community.
We're a real-world experience.
We are career-focused, committed,
Determined.
We have bright futures.
We are AZVA.
We're AZVA.
We are AZVA.
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know, it'd be faster if I used Scribe to show you how to do it. Just sent you a step-by-step guide.
Whoa! How'd you make this?
I just downloaded Scribe, clicked Start, went through the steps, and Scribe automatically generated a step-by-step guide with screenshots and written instructions.
Okay, I guess we
should start using Scribe for everything? Agreed. Try Scribe for your step-by-step guides and work smarter, not later.
Now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. Again, that is a post coming in here from the State Department. And as we speak about the Secretary of State here, we're talking about markers. He provided some brief remarks to the media and answered a few questions about the situation in Iran and Operation Epic Fury. If you missed those, I want to bring those to you right now, right here on Live Now from Fox.
Going back to the purpose. The purpose of this is to destroy that missile capability. Why does Iran want that ballistic missile capability? What they are trying to do and have been trying to do for a very long time is build a conventional weapons capability as a shield where they can hide behind. Meaning, there would come a point where they have so many conventional missiles, so many drones, and it can inflict so much damage that no one can do anything about their nuclear program. That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambitions. They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have. They've been doing this for a very long time, and by the way, they've been doing it under sanction. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's in Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions on the basis of theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That has to be taken very seriously as well. So that was the purpose for what this operation is all about. That's what it's focused on. As the President said earlier today, it is on or ahead of schedule. I will defer to the Department of War to discuss the progress being made at a tactical level, but it was the right decision and an important decision for the safety and security of the world.
Does Congress have have to weigh in? Does Congress have to weigh in? Is the president declaring war, and does Congress
No.
have to weigh in? And was there an imminent threat? Did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent
There
threat?
absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
Was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, first, well, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to happen because Iran in about a year or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones, that no one could do anything about it because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a weakened Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
Secretary, President Trump said overnight that his top choices to now run Iran were killed in the strikes. Does the United States have a firm plan for how they intend to handle this power vacuum in Iran to ensure that an Iranian hardliner does not take power?
So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
Yeah. So are you saying, based on that, are you saying that there is no responsibility, no plan for the U.S. to at least play a role in whatever government comes next?
We might. We'll see how circumstances play out. But I'm telling you what the objectives of this operation are. The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics. As I've said myself repeatedly for years, the leadership of that country does not reflect the people of Iran, and I think that's been pretty apparent in the protests that you've seen. If there's something we can do to help them down the road, we'd obviously be open to it, but that's not the objective. The objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities.
Regime change has not gone well for the United States.
The what now?
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades. How do you assure the American public that things will not get worse for the next regime that comes in there and replaces the
we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. As the president has said, he would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up and remove these leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen successive waves of protests, and we've seen them slaughter people. Okay? But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition. We were not going to let them hide behind that, and that's why this was such a critical mission to undertake now while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity. Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes.
Your critics in Congress have said that they should have a role, they should be able to weigh in here, and there are going to be war powers resolutions votes in Congress later this week. Why not notify Congress ahead of this, and does Congress...
Well, we did. We notified Congress. I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535 members of Congress.
Vote to authorize the war.
Well, the Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires us to do that. And I want to say something because I see people on TV. Look, that's fine. If they want to take a war powers vote, they can do that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But people keep saying that there's no law that requires the president to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours. We're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president and I was a member of the Gang of Eight. All of that said, we've complied with the law 100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it. We've done the notification, and we officially to Congress, but we did notify members of Congress. We just can't notify 535 people. That's not possible, but we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation.
Can you tell us what you know, Mr. Secretary, of the administration knows about the strike on a building in southern Iran? The Iranians are saying there's a school reports of large numbers, including children.
Yeah, I've seen those reports. I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike. And I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that question. But we'd like to know. Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting embassies. They're hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure. Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't speak to the details behind it because I just don't have it. It would be a tragic outcome if it's happened. I don't have the details as to what led to it. But what is clear is that the United States would not deliberately target a school. They are, on the other hand, deliberately targeting civilians, as you've seen, because you know why? They are a terroristic regime. They sponsor terrorism and they participate in terrorism.
What's your message to Americans who are concerned about rising energy prices given the spiking of oil prices today?
Yes, and we knew that going in would be a factor, and so we have a program in place that will begin to be implemented by Secretary Wright, Secretary Bessent. We talked about it last night, again, about this program. We talked this morning, and starting tomorrow, you will see us rolling out those phases to try to mitigate against that. Obviously, markets are going to be reacting to news about what's happening. And again, a reminder, think about it, okay? This terroristic regime, led by radical clerics, has the ability, potentially, to shut off 20% of global energy. That's the kind of leverage they have because of their Navy. We're going to destroy their Navy. But there is a plan in place. We anticipated this could be an issue, and Secretary Wright and Bessent will begin to roll out those steps starting tomorrow to mitigate against the impact that could have. What time? I got to do this briefing, so I got a couple more. Yeah.
Do you anticipate putting boots on the ground, and how long do you anticipate the conflict to last?
Well, we don't. Let me say two things about it. Number one, the president always has the options to undertake whatever operations he decides to do as the commander-in-chief. That said, we believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces. Right now, we're not postured for ground forces, but obviously the president has those options. He's never going to rule out anything. But right now, our focus is on the destruction of their ballistic missile launchers, their ballistic missile stockpiles, and their ballistic missile manufacturing capability, as well as their one-way attract drones and their Navy, because of the threat it poses to global shipping.
How long
All right, I can only do one more. Right there in the middle. Yes, sir.
Is there a diplomatic exchange going on right now between U.S. and Iran? Any exchanges whatsoever outside of
No, not at this time. I mean, look, we always have people that reach out from inside of governments. You don't know if they're authorized to reach out or not. They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation. All right? Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he was headed in that briefing with top officials to talk about Operation Epic Fury and give them an update. Again, it's important to note that later on today, Congress is going to be briefed in a closed-door session. It's going to be a couple meetings there with the top Trump administration officials on the situation there in Iran, what's already happened, and what happens next. We'll, of course, continue to bring you coverage here on Live Now from Fox as we get it. Right now, I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we are following involving Operation Epic Fury. This is coming in out of Saudi Arabia, where you can see here the Associated Press saying that the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia tells Americans to, quote, avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility, and the U.S. State Department ordering the evacuation of non-emergency personnel and family in Bahrain and Jordan. Here's what we know so far about all of this. Iran hit the U.S. Embassy there in Saudi Arabia's capital with a drone this morning as it kept hitting targets around the region, while, of course, the U.S. and Israel are striking Iran with those airstrikes. President Trump suggesting this was just the start of that campaign that could last about 4 to 5 weeks overall. The attack from 2 drones on the U.S. Embassy caused a, quote, limited fire and some minor damage. That's according to Saudi Arabia's defense ministry, and the embassy urging Americans to avoid that compound, as I mentioned. It followed an attack on the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, which announced earlier today that it had been closed until further notice. The U.S. State Department also ordering the evacuation, as we mentioned, of non-emergency personnel and family in Kuwait, as well as Bahrain, Iraq, Qatar, Jordan, and the United Arab Emirates as a precaution. We have a look at some of that right here. Take a look on your screen. This is actually the list provided by the State Department as they essentially say that Americans, if they are in any of these countries in the Middle East, they really need to consider leaving altogether. It says depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. These include Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Now, if you are watching us here, maybe on YouTube from any of those locations, again, the State Department is asking you if you need help to give them a call. That number is very small on the bottom of your screen. It says 1-202-501-4444. Again, that number 202-501-4444. We're going to head to a quick break right now at 7:12 on the East Coast and 4:12 on the West Coast. We continue to follow all of the latest developments coming out of the Middle East, and we'll have much, much more on the other side. Stay with us.
Your podcast transcript is here, and you just have to edit the text, and that will edit the podcast. Super simple. You'll never edit your podcast the old way again. No podcaster has the time to clean up an hour-long conversation. That's why God gave us AI. All these are ums and awkward silences. 2 clicks, and they're gone. And to help promote your show, Riverside finds all the best parts of your podcast and turns them into social clips automatically. I mean, why would you edit the old way when you can edit with Riverside? You got to check out Riverside. You can even start for free.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cuppa-Pug. We are not a traditional cafe. When I saw Cuppa-Pug go live, that's when it all clicked. Well, was that nice?
My name is Josh Breslow, and we continue to cover everything related to Operation Epic Fury. 72 hours, a little more, since the U.S. and Israel worked to begin that operation there on Iran, killing the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and about 50 other top Iranian officials, with the potential for more of them confirmed dead, as, of course, we know here that the operation is continuing, and President Trump saying it could last about a month, 4 to maybe 5 weeks in length. You are taking a live look over Tel Aviv at this hour in Israel, as we know from folks there once again that we do have the sirens sounding over and over again in that location. They have been doing that for the past several days as folks are told to go into their shelters. This is all related to Iran and, of course, Hezbollah over in Lebanon firing multiple missiles in their location. Unfortunately, we know that several of those missiles have not been intercepted by the Iron Dome, unfortunately leading to several buildings hit, especially residential areas, and at least 12 people confirmed dead there on the ground in Israel as a result of all of that. Again, as we continue to get more information on that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. And another developing story that we brought you right before the break is coming in out of Saudi Arabia, as the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital tells Americans to, quote, avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. And the U.S. State Department is also ordering the evacuation of non-emergency personnel and family in Bahrain and Jordan. Now, what we know so far from officials there over in Saudi Arabia is that Iran fired drones, and I believe 2 of them struck that building. Now, we are told that there are no serious injuries as a result, and there's only minor damage that's been caused to the U.S. Embassy. Again, as we get live images coming in, we'll bring those to you, because as of right now, we just have that photo that you're seeing there on the left-hand side of your screen. As we head back toward Washington, we know that this week there will be a vote on the War Powers Resolution. It's all related, of course, to Operation Epic Fury. We heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson late yesterday as he broke down all about this and the operation itself.
Good afternoon, everybody. We got a briefing from what was really a gang of 8. It became, I think, a game of 20. I stand here with our other chairman, Rick Crawford, of our Intelligence Committee, House Intel Committee, and Chairman Tom Cole of the Appropriations Committee. We brought the appropriators, the chair and the ranking member in and expanded the group to talk about all aspects of this. We got a great briefing, as you know, from the leaders of this, Secretary of State Rubio and the Secretary of War, Hegseth. John Ratcliffe was there, CIA Director, and of course, General Raisin Kane, Joint Chiefs of Staff. They gave us operational details. They gave us the rationale for what was done. And I was very satisfied with the briefing. It follows up on the original Gang of 8 briefing that we had more than a week ago, several days before the operation. That I just want to emphasize the non-classified summary of what has happened here. First of all, to me, the most critical point is that this was a defensive measure, a defensive operation. And why is that? I took some notes, and this is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. Iran was building missiles at a radical and a rapid clip to the point where our allies in the region could not keep up. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond. And they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. We have troops in harm's way, and we have many Americans in the region, and that was of great concern. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating. We don't know at what magnitude, but you can assume, because it is common sense, that if Iran had begun to fire all of their missile arsenal, short and mid-range missiles, at our personnel and our assets and our installations, we would have suffered staggering losses. And if we had waited to respond before acting first, then those losses would have been far greater than if we had done what we did. That was their decision. I can guarantee you this: if we had not acted, if the president, the commander-in-chief, had not acted as he did, those same officials would have been hauled in here by members of Congress and asked them why in the world they waited if they had exquisite intelligence, knowing that that would happen, that we would suffer such staggering losses. Why did they not act to prevent it? So I am convinced that they did the right thing. There's another critical point. What were the objectives? The objectives for our Operation Epic Fury, I am convinced, because I've now been to multiple briefings and I've understood the point of this, the objective was not regime change. The objective was to take out those missiles, the short and mid-range missiles, and their ability to produce them. We did that. That was objective number one. Objective number two was to eliminate their naval capabilities, destroy those and the missiles. And we are well on our way to accomplishing that mission. That is why I think the president has said, in his own words, the commander-in-chief has said this is going to be a operation that's short in duration. We certainly hope that's true. We pray for our troops and all those in harm's way, our allies as well. I am encouraged that our NATO allies are standing with us. The Arab states are largely standing with us, publicly, certainly privately. Iran was a great threat to everybody in the region and everybody in the world because it was an evil regime. The Ayatollah is no more. That was not the mission of the U.S. to go in and take out the regime, but that happened, and in my estimation, that is a great development for freedom-loving people around the world. You guys want to make any comments? Take questions. Go ahead, Rahim.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Do you guys discuss the need for supplemental to get some new munitions and other things that our military might need?
It was brought up in discussion. There are more details to be determined, of course. It depends upon how long the operation goes and what the need is. But our appropriators certainly asked that question, but I think there'll be some time before we can put a final number on it.
Speaker, is there at any point you think Congress will need a congressional authorization?
So, you know my background. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I'm a jealous guardian of Article 1 in the legislative branch. My understanding of the law, and has always been, and this is the tradition and the way the law has been used and observed over many decades, the president was acting well within his authority. What I just told you is the scope of what happened here and the situational awareness that they had at the time to make this decision. It's not a declaration of war. It's not something that the president was required, because it's defensive in nature and in design and in necessity, to come to Congress and get a vote first. And if they had briefed a larger group than the Gang of Eight, you know, there's a real threat that very sensitive intelligence that we had, you know, might have been leaked or something. So this is why the commander-in-chief of our armed forces has the latitude that any commander-in-chief, any president always has, because they have a set of information that is sensitive, timely, and urgent, and they have to be able to act upon it. they did that. Now, there, as you know, under our system, there are timetables that are involved here, but I think the idea that we would move a War Powers Act vote right now, I mean, it will be forced to the floor, but the idea that we would take the ability of our Commander-in-Chief, the President, take his authority away right now to finish this job is a frightening prospect to me. It's dangerous. And I am certainly hopeful, and I believe we do have the votes to put it down. That's going to be a good thing for the country and our security and stability.
But should the Congress authorize this war, Mr. Speaker? Defensive operation if the U.S. struck first, Mr. Speaker.
The U.S. struck in a defensive posture if we knew for a fact. Wait a minute. Let me answer the question. I thought I just did answer that question. If we knew for a fact that Israel was going to move, Iran was going to respond, and Iran was going to strike not just Israel, but the U.S. Remember, we're the great Satan, as they always say. Israel's the little Satan, okay? That they would act. We knew that intelligence. There was a name for the plan. We had all the information, all the intelligence. I'm not going to tell you how we knew that, but we did. We have the greatest intelligence operation in the world and the greatest military, and we had an obligation and responsibility to use it to protect our interest, our people first, our troops, and our personnel and our assets. That is an America first objective. That is the objective of the country. The first responsibility of the federal government is to protect the country and its interests, and that's what we did here. I don't know how it's...
Congress has the authority to declare war. Shouldn't it have authorized this war?
In my view, right now, our military and the Commander-in-Chief, he is presiding over the completion of an operation that was limited in scope, limited in its objective, and absolutely necessary for our defense. I think that operation will be wound up quickly. By God's grace, it will. That is our prayer for everybody involved, our troops and everyone else, and of course for the people of Iran, who are now rising up euphorically to have a chance for freedom, to have an evil, murderous regime removed. It is a great thing and a great time in history, and we're proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
All right, that was House Speaker Mike Johnson as he was addressing their Operation Epic Fury. There was, of course, that briefing held yesterday with the Gang of Eight as they learned a little bit more about the operation itself, and they were filled in. Again, that was a closed-door meeting, so all we got were the comments from Secretary Rubio as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson. Again, later on today, we know that we are expecting that behind closed doors again, the entire Congress will have a chance to get an update on that as well. It is going to be a closed-door briefing, but it is also very likely that we will get reaction as it comes in. Now, we also will have Adam Smith, a Democrat, joining us here in just about 30 minutes. And about 30 minutes after that, Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida, will join us as well to talk about the situation on the ground in Iran, but also about the idea of the War Powers Resolution. Again, that's coming up here in just a matter of moments. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live coverage on the other side. Stay with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour or so on this Tuesday morning as we talk everything Operation Epic Fury. What I want to do is pop up this quote here coming into our newsroom at this hour as we have the latest on the U.S. and Israeli joint operation that killed Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and about 50 other top Iranian officials. So what you're seeing is a quote from Steve Witkoff, the U.S. envoy to the Middle East, saying that Iran's top negotiators boasted during the first round of talks that Tehran had enough enriched uranium to generate nearly a dozen nuclear bombs. Witkoff telling Fox News Channel, quote, "In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly with no shame that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium and that they're aware that could make 11 nuclear bombs." The envoy going on to say those Iranian negotiators explained that it was their quote-unquote right to enrich the uranium and build nuclear weapons. Witkoff adding he responded that President Trump, quote, "feels we have the right to stop you dead in your tracks." Again, there is so much going on here and so many updates that are coming in. I want to bring in Mark Chandler over at Coastal Carolina University, also a former senior defense intelligence official, to help break it all down. Mark, as always, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me today.
Of course. And I want to talk to you first about the remarks there from Steve Witkoff, again, confirming that top Iranian officials didn't just reveal this information, but quote unquote boasted about it and said they could make nearly a dozen nuclear bombs. What do you make of that, and how did that likely factor into the ultimate U.S. decision to strike Iran?
Well, Josh, that's rather revealing by the Iranians. One, they have always denied that they were enriching.
From drained investment accounts and stolen tax returns to lost wages and hiring lawyers, identity theft can cost you more than you might think. That's why only LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers stolen funds, experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses up to $3 million in total. Don't face the high cost of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join today.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
In Natanz and Fordo. So when I look at that, where is that enriched uranium at this time?
And of course, you know, there's questions about the whole situation in general, whether or not they were just kind of showing that they could say that, or if they actually had that enriched uranium. There's so many questions about it overall, so we'll work to figure out more, of course. But what you're looking at is some of the video that's coming in from the Iranian Red Crescent Society. They provided some of the aftermath of the strikes by the U.S. and Israel, at least that's what they say. This video is right there. What I want to get you to here and ask you a little bit about is another developing story that we're following with the help of the Associated Press here, as the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia tells Americans to, quote unquote, avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. And at the same time, the U.S. State Department ordering the evacuation of non-emergency personnel and family in Bahrain and Jordan. Now, what we're hearing from officials there is that Iran fired drones, and at least 2 of them struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. Now, no major injuries reported, no severe injuries, and no major damage to the building itself. But it seems as though this is going to be a situation that we're going to see happening a lot in the coming days and weeks as the operation continues and Iran fires at these different U.S. locations, but of course, those locations in the Middle East.
Yeah. No, absolutely, Josh. And when we look at this, that's a bold attack on an embassy, on the diplomatic staff. We were expecting retaliation against our military bases there, and Iran hasn't disappointed us. They have attacked recklessly and indiscriminately, but now going after a diplomatic facility such as they did and using the drones, a lot of folks underestimate the power of a drone in warfare, but this shows the accuracy of the Iranian drones, and it also shows the difficulty of being able to defend against the hundreds of drones and missiles that they're sending. So when we look at that, we have to realize that Iran has kind of stepped this to a different level, going indiscriminately at civilian targets. So the embassies are prime targets. We absolutely have to, get American citizens out of there. That's why before this conflict started, you saw the evacuation of non-emergency personnel, non-essential personnel, and the U.S. telling American citizens to get out. They still need to get out. If they can't get out, they've got to shelter in place to the best possibility that they have, and then work their way out. There's a lot of restricted airspace right now, so it's very difficult to get out of the region. So shelter in place, we know Iran's going to do that. And Josh, they're going to do it across the entire Middle East. They have struck targets as far away as Cyprus in the Mediterranean. So really nowhere is safe, especially U.S. facilities or where U.S. personnel are going to be kind of consolidating beyond the military. So I'm talking about civilian targets now, and Iran has definitely opened up that avenue.
Taking a look there on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a live look over Beirut in Lebanon at this hour. And I want to take it full for you to give you another view. Again, this is over Beirut, as you can see. Now, it looks a lot different over what we saw the past several hours, because I would say maybe about 3 hours ago, the smoke was very heavy, as Israel said that it was conducting the strikes not just on Iran this morning, but also on Beirut in Lebanon, specifically targeting the Hezbollah terror group. So explain for folks out there who maybe aren't familiar with all of that, the Hezbollah role in the situation with Iran.
Well, Hezbollah has one of the longest standing relationships with Iran, or this Iranian regime, since 1979. Iran and Hezbollah, the fledgling Hezbollah, were responsible for the 1983 bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut, the French embassy, the U.S. embassy. So Iran and Hezbollah are linked at the hip. They are one. And usually Hezbollah conducts their terrorist activities against U.S. and Israeli targets. So if we go back and play this back during the Israel-Hamas war, we know that Hezbollah attacked Israel from the north. Tens of thousands of Israeli citizens had to evacuate their homes in northern Israel because of what Hezbollah was doing. And so then Israel pushed back into the north, bombed Hezbollah, killed a lot of senior Hezbollah leadership, and basically, I don't want to say eliminated, but neutralized the Hezbollah threat in the immediate time frame, enough so that they had a ceasefire that's been going for over a year now. But being that link to Iran, Hezbollah struck back and they're going to do Iran's bidding as much as they can to distract Israel. And so that's what they've been doing, firing missiles, firing UAVs, firing rockets from the north. And then Israel's responded to that. Remember, Israel didn't strike first. So Israel is responding to the Hezbollah threats by hitting their key facilities in Beirut. The problem with that is they're going after Hezbollah targets, not Lebanese targets. So a lot of folks kind of miss the nuance of how that attack is taking place. The Lebanese government has said they will not allow Hezbollah to fight, but they don't have the ability to stop them. So it's up to Israel to do that stopping. We're going to see Israeli troops, the IDF, move in on the ground. They have to push Hezbollah fighting positions in southern Lebanon back. So you're going to see IDF ground forces move in and move north to cut off the ability for Hezbollah to fire south. And you're going to continue to see them strike areas in Beirut, and I would look for storage facilities up in the Bekaa Valley, which is further north and east of Beirut. So you're going to start to see some escalation by Israel to cut this threat off out there. And I will say that Israel's not Hezbollah's only target. Where they can, they're going to go after U.S. facilities, as they have done in the past, that are located in Lebanon and in other parts of the region.
It's also interesting because we saw a news conference, a Q&A with President Trump yesterday, and as of several interviews that have been conducted, he's not ruling out having American troops on the ground in Iran. He hasn't said that's not going to happen. What do you make of that? Because what would that situation look like if troops were sent in and they were on the ground there, boots on the ground, so to speak, in Iran?
Well, if I can just put this in perspective a little bit, Josh, because, I've been involved in 2 ground wars in the Middle East. Desert Storm back in 1991. Actually, we were there for Desert Shield back in 90 through 91. And then the initial invasion of Iraq in 2003. When we say ground troops, a lot
Brian is the best content marketing team lead I've ever worked with. But before he created his content calendar using Monday.com, his strategy was, let's just get something out. Now with Monday.com, he easily created a board to plan and coordinate the whole team's assets. It has everything a content team needs: due dates, channels, media types, files, and AI auto-translate, all in a flexible calendar view that maps out the entire quarter. So now Brian is chill. He has everything he needs to manage his content team with confidence. And I can finally focus on what I do best: sitting in a dark room, listening to lo-fi music and writing content. Start a free trial today on Monday.com, the best AI work platform for any team.
That would be a good, what we call a raid option for special forces or a small ground force to go in, seize that, control it, and then extract it from the area. So we can see limited objective, what I would call raids, using special forces, Marine forces, Rangers, smaller units that can go in and take limited objectives. Some of the islands that are in the southern Persian Gulf, when I was early in my Marine career, we were actually rehearsed to take some of those islands because they're strategically located, and Iran had militarized them. That's when we say ground boots on the ground, what I would envision, not a massive invasion force.
Also want to ask you about some remarks from House Speaker Mike Johnson. We just played them for folks who may have missed it yesterday, but he did kind of hint at the fact and really said that the U.S. really had a tough decision to make because Israel said it was going to strike Iran. It wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when. So President Trump had to make that decision and say, okay, we're going to take part in this joint operation. What does that say to you overall about the situation that President Trump wasn't going to miss out, so to speak, on being involved in this and, of course, spearheading it as it all played out? Of course, we know the U.S. Involved with Israel, but it would be safe to say that President Trump probably spearheaded the timing of all of that.
No, I think we absolutely had to control the timing, knowing that Israel's going to act. That's one aspect of what's going on. But what we did not want to do and what we could not afford to do, Josh, was be in a reactive mode. So that's why we had to take the operations. And, and I'm not taking anything away from Israel. They're one of the best fighting forces on the planet. But we had to be able to control the tempo of those early strikes. We've got that target list that we have to go out there. So us initiating, and that's what it exactly looks like, is the United States initiating arbitrarily an attack is not true. We were being proactive in our approach to go out there, hit the targets we had. You and I on the first day of the attacks talked about, and we were wondering about why the daylight attacks. We had some exquisite intelligence available, putting all of those leaders at the same location at a time. That is a target, what we call a target-rich environment, to help achieve early objectives and decapitate the leadership there. So that drove part of that timing, and our wanting to control the tempo of these operations helped control the timing of our attacks. So that's what I look at. That's where I take those comments as we start to roll our way through. We're obviously fighting alongside Israel, but we're able to bring more firepower to the fight as we start to bring this in. We've got 2 carriers in the region. We've got a lot of ground assets or ground-based assets and fighter assets and missile assets that we're using in this fight. So I think bringing that to the fight is what we need to do, and continue to control the tempo and work in conjunction with Israel as we continue this fight for the next several weeks.
It's interesting because President Trump has said a few times now that this mission, the operation itself, it's not over. We know the supreme leader is dead. We're talking about Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But on top of that, we do have the ongoing situation. President Trump saying this could go for a month, 4 to 5 weeks. What would you say is really left to do? Now, granted, you don't have inside information on all of it, but what would you say is left to do over the next 4 to 5 weeks?
Well, Josh, I think when we look at how strongly and indiscriminately Iran is counterattacking, we have talked over the year about the number of missiles and UAVs that Iran possesses that go far beyond any defensive need for any nation out there. So what you're seeing is just an indiscriminate attack across the region to go after Arab economic targets, indiscriminate attacks on Israeli civilians, now U.S. civilians in the region. And I wouldn't put it past outside the region also. So we need to take out that missile capability and that UAV capability out there and their command and control. We need to, because they are going to try, and they have tried, to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. That'll have a significant negative impact on the world's energy markets beyond what's happening already, the impact that's there. So we have to take out Iran's ability to threaten its neighbors in the future, Iran's ability to destabilize the region. Look at it this way, Josh. We are really trying to take care of 47 years of neglect against the Iranian regime. A lot of other administrations have faced one-off and two-offs, but attacks from Iran, and really done nothing to shut down this threat, this destabilizing threat, this regime that's killed thousands of Americans, in combat and not in combat, just innocent Americans out there. So we have to dismantle that war-fighting capability. And I hope it does take 3 weeks or 4 weeks. What I really hope is that it's condition-based, so that we don't stop this campaign until we've eliminated Iran's ability to, 1, attack us and our allies in the region, and 2, continue its destabilizing actions across the region and across the world. That's what we really have to set up the conditions that we're looking to see as we move forward.
As we move forward here, what are you watching specifically as an expert in this field? What are you watching to see over the next hours, days, and potentially weeks here?
Well, I think we need to look at how the campaign is rolling back Iran's ability to continue to launch missiles. That is one of the hardest targets to go after, the mobile missiles and the missiles that they have put in caves. We see a lot of our bombers that are coming from the U.S., the B-2s and the B-1s, carrying heavier ordnance loads, or bomb loads, if you will, to go after those deeply buried targets. Iran puts stuff in tunnels, they put stuff in mountains. Those are hard to get, they're more survivable. So we have to roll that threat back. Until we do, you're going to see this continued attack by Iran in missiles and UAVs across the region. The other thing is we have struck their Navy hard. That's absolutely what we need to be doing. We need to eliminate more of their naval threat. We've gone after some of their larger vessels. We need to worry about the fast boats, the IRGC fast boats that carry smaller missiles that can go after commercial shipping. Our naval platforms can defend themselves, okay, but we need to worry about that commercial shipping and them shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. So they're going to try that continuously until we exhaust their supply of those assets out there. The other thing is, let's look outside the region. Let's look inside the United States. Let's watch for either some sleeper cells that could be activated inside the United States, but what we call inspired attacks. We need to look after the one-offs who could attack us inside the United States, but also our U.S. interest overseas in Europe and Asia. Remember, Hezbollah has a global reach. Iran, through its proxy network and terror network, has a global reach. So we need to be prepared and always on alert as we're working our way through that. So that's what I would expect the U.S. to go after those targets, and Iran to continue their retaliation as we work our way through. I would hope we start to find some sort of crack in the Iranian leadership. But I think we're a few days or maybe a couple of weeks from seeing that crack as we start to eliminate more and more of the replacement leaders, I would call them.
All right, Mark Chandler, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything we missed that you want to make sure we add here before I let you go?
No, Josh, I think it's just to be aware of our surroundings, be patient as we work our way through this. This is a methodical military campaign, and I like that it's a campaign. I like that the president has taken the military advice. We positioned ourselves in advance for this. We positioned ourselves for a long-term campaign. We need to be patient and allow that to run out. We need to support our troops who are going in harm's way every minute of every day over there, as we work our way through. And here in America, what is happening over there, it does affect us over here. So just please be alert. And if you see something, say something.
And that's, of course, what we always say. If you see something, say something. Mark Chandler, thank you again for being here with us. We appreciate it.
Josh, you're quite welcome, and have a great day.
You too. And I do want to show you this live look that we have over northern Israel at this hour. Again, we know that the sirens have been sounding throughout Israel over the last 72 hours or more. They've been kind of on and off where the alerts are coming through, and we happen to see folks seeking shelter. They're then told when they can leave, but it seems as though more of those sirens then start to go off, as we know that Iran, Hezbollah, they are all firing those missiles at Israel. Let's lift up the audio just to see if we can hear anything. All right, so it doesn't sound as though any of the sirens are picking up right this second, but that could change as more and more of the alerts do come out. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 7:51 on the East Coast and 4:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
For the ones who rise to every challenge, there's Grainger. For the ones who get it done.
You introduce your buddy to DTF St. Louis. Whoa. He goes on the site and winds up dead.
What's going on out here in the suburbs?
They knew who to call.
At Shields, we're runners just like you. Our experts are trained to share their knowledge. Whatever your goals may be, we'll find your perfect fit from training to race day. Shields, come run with us.
The sun is dying.
You'll find a solution.
You are my solution.
Project Hail Mary, rated PG-13, only in theaters March 20th.
Your podcast transcript is here, and you just have to edit the text, and that will edit the podcast. Super simple. You'll never edit your podcast the old way again. No podcaster has the time to clean up an hour-long conversation. That's why God gave us AI. All these are ums and awkward silences. 2 clicks, and they're gone. And to help promote your show, Riverside finds all the best parts of your podcast and turns them into social clips automatically. I mean, why would you edit the old way when you can edit with Riverside? You got to check out Riverside. You can even start for free. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over northern Israel at this hour. Again, we know that the sirens have been sounding once again all throughout the morning into the afternoon there.
I can't really hear anything as I lifted up the audio a bit earlier, but we know from Trey Yingst over at Fox News, as well as the other people that we've spoken to there in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, all of those locations, that they are hearing those sirens and getting those alerts as missiles are fired by Iran and Hezbollah. Again, we haven't heard of any impacts this morning. We know that over the past several days, dozens of buildings, including residential buildings, have been hit by those missiles. But again, this morning, no word yet on any actual strikes or damage or injuries. We'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox as we get any information. Do want to take you out to a post right here from Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, as he says, the Tehran terror regime fires on civilians, and we fire on the Tehran terror regime to protect civilians. We embarked on this campaign to remove existential threats and create the conditions for the brave Iranian people to cast off the yoke of tyranny. That day is near, and when it arrives, Israel and the U.S. will be there. Quote, first of all, Israeli citizens, I ask you to follow the instructions of the Homefront Command. They save lives. They have saved many lives here, but unfortunately not everyone, because there were people who sadly were not inside protected areas. I send condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, and I also send wishes for full and speedy recovery to the wounded. And we are helping and will continue to help. I want to thank the rescue and rehabilitation teams. We will rebuild and we will build even stronger. Now, Netanyahu speaking exclusively with Sean Hannity just last night. We do have a minute-long portion of that, and I want to bring that to you here right now on Live Now from Fox.
It's just 95% of all the problems you see in the Middle East are generated by Iran. And the worldwide terror network that they built is generated and orchestrated from Iran. So when you take away Iran, when you let the people of Iran have the opportunity to act, to liberate themselves, free themselves from the yoke of this terror machine, you get a different future. I think that will open up the way for many peace treaties with other Arab countries, with Muslim countries. I think it changes the world. If we go through what we plan to do, I think it will create conditions for peace. This is not an endless war. This is, in fact, something that will usher in an era of peace that we haven't even dreamed of. There's never been a president like Donald J. Trump. His resoluteness, his decisiveness, his clarity of thinking, the way he gets right to the crux of things. It cuts through all the fluff, cuts through the chase, gets down to the main point, and it gets down to the main action that needs to be taken. And I think for Israel, and I think for the countries of the free world, let me tell you, I think for the world, we're very lucky to have him as the leader of the free world.
And again, just some of the comments there from Benjamin Netanyahu as he spoke exclusively with Sean Hannity just last night about all of this. Now, President Trump posting on Truth Social just a short time ago here, I would say maybe 30 minutes ago, he said their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. Speaking, of course, about Iran, they want to talk. I said, quote unquote, too late. Now, that was a shot right there that you were looking at of the White House, but now we have a different angle. And I will say this is the angle where normally we see members of the Trump administration walk up to the camera and take questions from media members. That includes Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, and others that we've seen do just that. So if we see anyone walk up to this camera that just popped up on our screen, we will bring that to you in full, commercial free, as we always do on Live Now from Fox. What I want to do is pop up a live look right here coming in out of Beirut as we continue to follow all of the latest developments here. Israel launching those strikes against Hezbollah. You can see that several areas were struck there. The smoke still rising at this point as Israel said that earlier on today it was firing those joint strikes on Tehran and Lebanon. So a lot going on here in the Middle East. And we do know that Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel from the U.S., is also urging people, Americans, to stay safe and potentially head to Egypt if they need to get out of there. What I want to do is pop this up on your screen right here. This is actually a list from the State Department where they say security updates for Americans in the Middle East. depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. So they're saying if you're in any of those countries that are listed right there on your screen, you should leave right away if you can. I do want to send you to the comments here from Mike Huckabee just a bit earlier on this morning, only about 4 minutes in length, but want to play them for you right now.
Greetings to all U.S. citizens who might be in Israel right now. This is Mike Huckabee, U.S. Ambassador to Israel. And I know that there's a lot of anxiety from a lot of people about wanting to leave the country. Right now, the options are fairly limited. The airport is closed, of course, and we don't know when it will be open or how many flights. What we are recommending to all of our American citizens, including our own embassy staff, is follow the directions of Home Front Command, which are right now to shelter in place and to be close to a shelter at all times. Follow the alerts. If you hear the siren, make sure you take cover. That's the best thing you can do. But we also understand there are people who are here not anticipating that they would be here this long and perhaps needing desperately to get home for work or just to be able to say you've had a great time, but it's time to go home. I would recommend please register for the STEP program through the State Department and the U.S. Embassy. It's very important. This way we can contact you with updated information. There is a link provided here on this particular message, and it will give you exact instructions of how to register for STEP. In addition, the Israeli Ministry of Tourism is providing bus service from several locations, Herzliya, Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Jerusalem, to go to Taba, just across the border in Egypt. And from there, flights could be available from the Taba airport, though they're limited flights, but also ground transportation would be able to be obtained in Taba to go on to Cairo, where the airport is operating normally and efficiently. The only exception, unless you want to go to one of the countries in the Middle East. We continue to advise you to pay attention very closely to all the announcements. It's why we want you to join and register for the STEP program to get the latest and most up-to-date pieces of information. Some have asked us about going to Jordan. It is not something that we are recommending at this time because of some challenges that are being faced there, the sporadic ability of the airport to be open, and of the limited hours of the Allenby crossing to get into Jordan. That's not the same at Taba. They're open 24/7. So even though the drive is longer and the bus ride might be a little more, first of all, you have the provision for the buses coming from the Ministry of Tourism and the Israeli government. And secondly, once you get to Taba, you have a lot more options of going to Cairo, leaving from Taba, or being out of an area that is currently under siege from missiles, drones, and rocket attacks. I hope this is helpful. Most importantly, we're just wanting everybody to take a deep breath, remain calm, and take shelter when that's called for. That's what we do at the U.S. Embassy. Our folks are sheltering at home, just like we're asking you to do. We're working from home, and we hope that all of this will be over soon. But how grateful we are for an amazing country and a great president who has decided that after 47 years of the hostile actions against the United States from Iran, that we are joining together, not just with Israel, but now it appears the rest of the Middle East, in saying enough is enough. Take care, be safe. God bless America, and God bless you.
All right, that was Ambassador Mike Huckabee posting that on his social media just a bit earlier on this morning. Now, we also got a message coming in from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, very brief as well, but want to play that for you here as he talks about folks who are in those different locations in the Middle East and need to either get out of there or sign up for this program to learn more about what to do if you are stranded there. I'm going to play those for you right now on Live Now from Fox.
At the Department of State, our number one priority is the safety and the security of American citizens everywhere in the world. Now, with what's going on in the Middle East with Operation Epic Fury and the cowardly attacks that we're seeing from Iran against Gulf countries, I wanted to take this chance to speak directly to Americans who are in the Middle East about the work we are doing to try to keep you safe. So immediately following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information. Now, in order to receive these updates from the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, you have to register with the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. You have to register with STEP, and here's where you do it. You go to step.state.gov. That's step.state.gov and register so we can reach you. We also encourage Americans abroad to follow our security updates for U.S. citizens channel on WhatsApp and follow @TravelGov on social media as well. The latest alerts are also available on travel.state.gov. That's our website, travel.state.gov. Finally, Americans in the Middle East, you can reach the Department of State 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at the following phone number: 1-202-501-4444. That's 1-202-501-4444.
Again, that was Secretary of State Marco Rubio. That number, unfortunately, very small there on the bottom of your screen, but we'll make sure that we continue to pass it along, because if you are in any of those countries, according to the State Department, they say depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. Again, that number is 202-501-4444. Now, as we know, there's a lot of discussion here, and we expect that later on today, there is going to be a briefing, closed door, for lawmakers in the U.S. to learn more about the operation itself. I do want to continue to follow all of this and bring in Congressman Adam Smith, a Democrat from Washington, to discuss it. Congressman, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate the chance.
Of course. And I want to start by talking to you kind of overall about the situation itself, this operation ongoing in Iran. A lot of people didn't necessarily know that this was going to happen at that specific time on Saturday morning. So take me back to that time and tell me what was going through your mind as you were kind of processing all of this.
Yeah, well, I was aware that this was coming because my job on the Armed Services Committee and conversations we'd had. I mean, I wasn't positive it was going to happen, but it sure seemed that way. So we were thinking about it. But look, the implication of it, it's, we have a full-scale Mideast war. I mean, you just put the list of the countries up there, 14 countries across the Middle East now where Americans are not safe to be in. This is the largest conflict that we have been engaged in, gosh, probably since World War II in terms of the sheer volume of territory and countries that are involved. So it's massively disruptive and dangerous, and it does not appear to be ending anytime soon. And I still don't have a clear idea of what the objective is. When do we get to the point where, okay, we've accomplished what we've wanted to accomplish? We've gotten multiple different answers from the administration. And frankly, I don't think at this point they know for sure. And that adds another element of uncertainty into certainly the Middle East, but also given the oil that comes out of there and the global disruptions, the global economy.
You kind of already touched on this, but we know that those briefings, closed door, are expected later on today. And I know you probably can't go into too much detail, but what I wanted to ask is what question or questions might you be bringing up during those meetings? What do you want answers from?
Well, I got the briefing yesterday as the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee. They did chairs and rankings of the key committees yesterday. Same group, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, CIA Director Radcliffe, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Kane all gave us the briefing. And the big questions are what I alluded to first. What exactly are the objectives? We keep hearing administration officials say, we have clear objectives and we are going to fight until we achieve them, and we're making progress. Now, they have said that those objectives are basically stop the nuclear program, go after their ballistic missiles, and possibly, also their Navy. They want to destroy Iran's Navy. And then there's allusions to the fact that they would like to see a new regime. but there's not really any sort of measurement on that. I did ask yesterday, okay, what exactly are our objectives? How are we progressing towards achieving them? And what does the end goal look like? To oversimplify it, let's say Iran has 10,000 ballistic missiles and 1,000 missile launchers and, I don't know, 24 plants that can make missiles. Are we looking to destroy 80% of them, 90% of them? How far along that are we? And what's their capacity to rebuild? Because do remember that allegedly in June of last year, so what's that, 8 months ago, we completely destroyed their nuclear program. We were done. And then 8 months later, all of a sudden, it's an existential threat again. So how do we not just keep doing this? Because remember, this is really costly and disruptive. I mean, there's a saying in counterterrorism circles, that what you have to do occasionally is mow the grass, which basically means there's a lot of terrorists out there. You got to push them back. You're not going to eliminate them. But if this is mowing the grass, this is the world's biggest lawn, and we're trying to mow it really, really low. And that is incredibly costly in this context. So, and then the other big area of questions is, so what do you envision the Iranian regime being when we're done here?
Also wanted to ask you about the War Powers Resolution. There's a lot of talk about that and what happens kind of as the week progresses and the weeks progress here. What do you expect will happen? And even if, there is passage and voting in favor of it, does that really do anything?
Yeah, a lot of history to get into here. I guess I'll start with the practical of exactly what's going to happen and then try to explain it a little bit. The War Powers Resolution basically gives Congress the ability to say, yeah, you cannot go forward with military action any further until you get congressional approval. So the vote we're taking this week is not actually on, whether or not you support the war against Iran. It's saying that this war is not legal without congressional approval. So if it were to pass into law, the president would be legally required, and there's caveats there as to whether or not he'd actually follow that law. They'd be legally required to stop the war until he got congressional approval. Now, we have to pass this, and since it's a law, the president would have to sign it, which he is not going to do, obviously, even if it passes, and then you need 2/3 votes to overturn it. So the ability of this to pass into law, very unlikely, but it does serve the function of forcing forward the debate. To basically say, come on, Congress. I mean, you should have a say one way or the other. I mean, if you support this war, great. Go on record saying that you support it instead of hiding in the shadows. We're the elected representatives of the people. That's what a constitutional republic is supposed to be. Our voices should be heard. Now, there's a long history of presidents taking military action without congressional approval. Now, those military actions typically have been limited. The excuse has been it's not a war, it's just a brief interaction. This is the largest conflict that we have ever engaged in without congressional approval. Now, Camel's nose was under the tent for a while, and maybe this is Congress's fault for allowing that to happen, but this is a massive conflict that I think should have congressional approval.
What do you say to folks on the other side of the aisle who say that that's not needed? What is your message that you want to get across to them right now, right here?
I say two things. One, legally, you're wrong. And to the extent we want to follow the law in this country, which is an open question, that should matter. The War Powers Resolution is pretty clear. The president has to give notification, and he hasn't done that. So legally, this is a war that requires congressional approval. But second, I say put aside the legal question. The American people have been asked to go into this conflict. We have already lost 6 U.S. service members killed. The president has said he expects more casualties. Men and women in our military are putting their lives on the line for us right now. And then there are Americans throughout the Middle East, and also there's the risk of Iranian terrorist attacks. American lives are being put at stake. And for you to say that as an elected member of Congress, you don't want to vote on that, I think is an abdication of your responsibility to your constituents, regardless of what the law says. You ought to be on the record one way or the other. And I've taken those votes. I've been around for a while. I've taken a lot of votes in a lot of different conflicts, and I think I made some mistakes along the way. But as an elected representative, I had to vote. The people who voted for me had a right to know where I stood. And I think that applies here as well.
Congressman, thank you so much for your time and for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Anything that we missed that you want to make sure we add here before I let you go?
I think you covered it fairly well. But again, I really think, where is this going? What does success look like? I think the administration has not been transparent on that point. They have not made the case to the American people. You know, the president did a 8-minute Truth Social post at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then he pretty much dropped the mic and went to war. I think the administration has a lot more work to do to make the case to the American people, what we're doing, why, where it's going, and what we hope to achieve.
All right. Congressman Adam Smith, thank you so much for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks. Give me the chance.
And I want to pop this up on your screen right here. This is a live look over northern Israel at this hour as we're hearing from the Israel Defense Forces, the IDF. We know, of course, the alerts were going off a bit earlier on this morning once again, people seeking shelter. And I was telling you that it wasn't clear if all of those missiles fired by Iran and Hezbollah had been intercepted by the Iron Dome. Now, it does appear, according to the IDF, that they are doing a situational assessment at this point. They issued 2 alerts saying, quote, Homefront Command Search and Rescue Forces, together with numerous emergency teams, are currently operating at the impact sites in central Israel. The circumstances of the impact are under review, so it appears that at least one location had an impact from those missiles that were not intercepted. The IDF actually just putting out another one saying, following the situational assessment, the Homefront Command has published that it is now permitted to leave protected spaces in several areas across Israel. Search and rescue forces are operating in several locations across the country where reports of fallen projectiles were received. The public requested to continue to follow the instructions of the Homefront Command. So again, it appears that maybe some of the missiles were not intercepted. We'll keep an eye on the situation there and let you know of any potential impact sites that were hit there in Israel. Right now, the shot getting kind of blurry right there, but that is a live look over northern Israel at this hour. Also want to take you out to this live look that's popped up outside of the White House. Now, if you watch us here on Live Now from Fox, you know that image normally means that there is the potential that someone within the Trump administration is going to walk up and make some remarks here. Not quite clear if that's going to happen, as we have not seen anyone walk by just yet. But you can see the microphones there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We could potentially see someone like White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt or someone else. If that happens and we see someone walk up, we'll bring you their remarks in full, commercial-free, right here on Live Now from Fox as they happen. Also want to remind you that we are awaiting the German Chancellor arriving over at the White House. Now, that is set for about 11 a.m. Eastern time, with a bilateral meeting at 11:15 a.m. Eastern time. We should be getting some live images, at least for a few minutes inside there. There's also the potential for a Q&A where you can imagine about 100% of the questions will be related to the situation with Iran. We'll bring you that, as I mentioned, commercial-free, uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. It is 8:17 on the East Coast and 5:17 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
All the things you need for all the things you do. Zorro.com, tools, parts, and supplies for your business.
I've worked at Coca-Cola for 21 years.
We're delivering Dr. Pepper from our brand new facility in Dallas, Texas.
We're really proud to still make Pepsi products in America.
You don't need a college degree to work here, but I put 4 kids through college by working here.
This is a great place to work with great people and great American brands.
Grocery stores, convenience stores, restaurants, they all depend on us.
We deliver great paying jobs.
We deliver beverages people love.
We deliver for our community.
Struggling to pay your energy bill? At SRP, we're here to help. Visit srp.net/help.
Let's try these Jergens Natural Glow Sun Drops. Ooh, you can customize your color. Just drop, mix with my lotion, and glow. Drop that filter and apply Jergens' new Natural Glow Sun Drops instead. Dang, I look good. That's the feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore.
And it works?
Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team puts in their availability, I click auto schedule, and boom, there it goes. No more Excel, no more phone calls, no more group chats.
Oh.
Perfect schedule, like that.
Damn, so all you gotta do is post it.
Yeah, my team loves that it's just one app, so they see their shifts, they can approve it, and I know it's covered.
But wait, what if there's like a last minute change? I mean, that's the afternoon gone, right?
So in that case, I just blast a shift for my team to claim, everyone sees it, and I just assign the first one to pick it up. It literally takes 2 minutes. I'm telling you, it's all in the app. So they clock in, I can see who's working, who's late in real time, and their hours go straight to their timesheets, so I don't have to do anything.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to say, I used to spend 3 days prepping timesheets for payroll. Now it takes, what, half a day tops?
Nah, I gotta check this out.
You should.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here on this Tuesday morning to continue to follow all of the latest here on Operation Epic Fury. Important to note, you are looking at a live image out of Beirut, Lebanon. Now, the reason for that is that Beirut was struck by Israel earlier on this morning, as they say that they were targeting the Hezbollah terror group. Now, they also put out a statement to say this was an operation that was happening simultaneously with strikes that were taking place over on Tehran. All of this, of course, continuing to go on, starting about 72 hours ago with the start of that operation, those joint strikes by the U.S. and Israel on Iran that led to the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, as well as 50 other top Iranian officials. Taking a closer look here, you can see the smoke still rising hours after the last known attack. Again, these strikes are expected to continue as the day progresses and as the weeks progress as well. Now, I want to take you out to some of the latest updates that we have as the fighting continues, and President Trump saying it could go on for 4 to 5 more weeks. As far as what you're seeing on your screen, Steve Witkoff, the U.S. envoy to the Middle East, saying that Iran's top negotiators boasted during that first round of talks that Tehran had enough enriched uranium to generate nearly a dozen nuclear bombs. Witkoff telling Fox News Channel, quote, "In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly with no shame that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium and that they're aware that could make 11 nuclear bombs." The envoy went on to say those Iranian negotiators explained that it was their right to enrich the uranium and build nuclear weapons, and Witkoff saying that he responded, President Trump, quote, "feels we have the right to stop you dead in your tracks." Now, the U.S. has urged Americans to immediately get out of several Middle East countries if possible right now. An alert that's been issued here as all of this is ongoing. The State Department putting this out late yesterday, saying depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. Those countries there, and a lot of them on your screen. We're talking Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, the West Bank and Gaza, as well as Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, the United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Now, they are urging anyone who may be in those different countries here and can't figure out how to get out of there to give them a call. That number, very little on the bottom of your screen, but I am going to read it for you as it is a 24/7 line. That number, 202-501-4444. Again, 202-501-4444. There's also another number down there from the U.S. and Canada. It says 888-407-4747. That is 888-407-4747. Again, Secretary Rubio and the State Department urging Americans to depart now from those countries below using any available commercial transportation. They say, of course, that is due to serious safety risks, and they're urging anyone who might need any help to get the latest security updates from their nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. Now, we've also learned this morning that Iran struck the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital with a drone earlier on today, as it kept hitting targets around the region while the U.S. and Israel hit Iran with those strikes that President Trump says could be the start of a campaign that lasts for about 4 to 5 weeks. Again, this is not the first embassy that we've seen targeted by Iran, but those drones slamming into that embassy. However, we are told that it appears there's no major damage and no serious injuries. Popping this up on your screen as well, coming in from Fox News, as it says, targeted fire. The U.S. and Israel unleash airstrikes on a city near Tehran, targeting technology parks and suspected underground military sites on the 4th day of Operation Epic Fury. Again, images are not coming out in real time from that specific location, but we did just get this image on the left-hand side of your screen. So even though you're not seeing the live images constantly, just know that these strikes are continuing. Israel and the U.S. both striking a city outside of Tehran a bit earlier on, and you can see that smoke there still rising. Want to pop this up on your screen once again as we continue to cover everything out of Beirut, Lebanon. Again, that smoke is still coming off from those buildings there that were struck much earlier on this morning. This is going to be the case here as Israel says it is targeting the IRGC in Iran, but also at the same time targeting Hezbollah, the terror group there in Lebanon. And one more time, taking a live look outside the White House. Normally, this shot pops up for us when we know that a member of the Trump administration could potentially walk by and answer questions. You can see those microphones there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So far, we have not seen anyone walk up, but if that changes, of course, if anyone walks up to a microphone, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And we also know later on this morning, just about 2.5 hours from now, the German chancellor is expected to arrive there at the White House. There will be a greeting that we can get video of. And then a bit later on, maybe 15 minutes later, there will be a bilateral meeting where cameras will be allowed inside, maybe for a few minutes, but possibly longer, as President Trump could potentially answer questions from members of the media. And as you'd imagine, most, if not all of those, will be about the situation in Iran and Operation Epic Fury. We'll bring you all of that uninterrupted. That's what we do as we have these different live feeds here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live coverage. As I mentioned a bit earlier on in the hour, we heard from Democrat Congressman Adam Smith. And coming up just a few minutes from now, we will hear from Republican Congressman Mike Herodopoulos as we continue our coverage on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us.
How can I build credit in 2026? Luckily, there's Self's Credit Builder account. Lift your credit score now with Self.
Record, edit, dub, repurpose. Your workflow, now async.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching that 30-minute mark here, 8:28 on the East Coast and 5:28 on the West Coast. As I mentioned here, we are going to have Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida, joining us in just a bit as we talk about the situation in Iran as well as the War Powers Resolution and what happens next. Now, what I want to do leading into that is actually play some of the remarks, very brief, from Chuck Schumer in the Senate just yesterday, talking about all of this. Of course, we will bring you the comments with Herodopoulos in just a matter of moments.
We hold their families in our hearts. We pray for all American families who have loved ones serving right now in uniform. And we pray for everyone across the Middle East who are right now in harm's way, many who have relatives here in America, including relatives who fled the regime in Iran, and all who are worried for their families and friends back home across the region. Mr. President, today, many Americans across the country and across the political spectrum are wondering, why are our troops back in conflict in the Middle East? That's what Americans are wondering. Why has Donald Trump started a new war with Iran? Let me be clear, I will not shed a tear for Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran who was killed in the initial rounds of airstrikes over the weekend. For decades, Khamenei sponsored terrorist attacks against American troops. He called for the destruction of Israel and America. And under his rule, the people of Iran have suffered immensely. But, Mr. President, no matter how you feel about the Iranian regime, we stand at a dangerous moment for our troops and for the Middle East, and even perhaps for the world. Donald Trump has just launched America into a full-scale conflict against one of our most fervent adversaries without a plan, without an endgame, and without authorization for Congress or even a debate in full view of the American people. The consequences are already mounting, as I've said. 4 American service members have been killed. Several others have been wounded. And the president says many more casualties are likely to come. This is not what the American people want. The American people want more effective action to address the rising costs that are crushing them. They want more access to health care, affordable health care, and to buy homes and to get good-paying jobs. They don't want a war that leads to lost American lives and that costs billions and billions of taxpayer dollars. They don't want a war that raises the price of gas at the pump. Make no mistake about it. This is a war of choice, not necessity.
And of course, that was Chuck Schumer as he was speaking just yesterday. And what you're looking at here is outside of the White House as we are awaiting the potential for someone to make some remarks with the Trump administration here. You can see the microphones that are set up on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. As we continue our coverage of Operation Epic Fury and the War Powers Resolution vote that could happen this week, I want to bring in Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from the state of Florida, joining us now live. Thank you so much, Congressman, for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off, I want to start at the beginning here as we talk about the operation itself, which we know began Saturday morning. Many of us waking up to see that the U.S. and Israel had conducted this joint operation, this joint mission there with the strikes on Iran, and eventually finding out the supreme leader was dead. So kind of explain to me your overall thoughts as all of this was kind of developing.
Well, first, as a U.S. history teacher, we all recognize since 1979, the country of Iran has been the source of evil terrorist attacks. And they've attacked Americans over and over again, causing thousands of American lives to be lost. They are the source of terrorism in the Middle East. As you know, they're the ones funding all of these terror groups that surround Israel and other nations that have wreaked havoc in the area. And we also know, of course, that in Iran, they took away the rights of the people of Iran. What was once a somewhat free country, today they live under the cloak and weapons of destruction of their own government. You saw recently they killed tens of thousands of their own people because they had had enough of this government. That said, Marco Rubio, I think our Secretary of State, laid it out very well yesterday after he briefed the leaders of Congress and said Iran, despite the sanctions, was getting more and more conventional weapons that could cause destruction in the Middle East and potentially create such a defense network that we might not able to destroy their potential for nuclear weapons despite last year's attack. And so this was an attack to save eventually American lives and bring more peace to the Middle East. But it's going to be a struggle. And as we found out today, 6 American lives have been lost in this struggle. It's one that we've been dealing with, as I mentioned at my comments at the start, since 1979.
Now, there are these briefings that are set for today. We know there was a set of briefings yesterday, but today lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, we're talking both houses of Congress there, are going to be briefed on this. What question or maybe questions do you have that you hope could be answered?
Well, I think what the Secretary of State needs to really lay out, which he did yesterday in part, is saying that what is the imminent threat from Iran? Again, we know their history. They would not comply. They hid the football for so long. Of course, President Obama's attempt to try to solve the problem was to give them billions of dollars. That clearly did not work. It just continued to fund terror networks that in time eventually attacked Israel. And we know that in many cases, they've attacked American troops that are there in the Middle East. That said, I'd like to see kind of that discussion. I think he's also laid out the idea that the Iranians are producing, despite sanctions, over 100 of these weapons a month, and we are only building around 10 interceptors, which are more complicated weapons, to try to defend our troops and our allies in that region. And so, as we see, again, right now, Iran is flailing out. They are clearly in a state of disarray. They are losing power within their own country because their own countrymen and women have had enough. And it's absolutely barbaric. They're doing what the Nazis did in World War II, and that is attacking civilian locales as opposed to the strategic strikes that both the Israelis and the Americans are conducting against Iran. You see the barbaric nature of this country, and the quicker that this leadership clique that is really a minority of their own country is displaced, the better opportunity that not only Iranian people will be free, but there'll be peace in the Middle East for the first time since the late 1970s.
There's been a lot of talk about the War Powers Resolution as all of this is kind of unfolding here. Can you explain where everything stands, what's expected to happen, and really your thoughts overall on all of this?
I think this is a great question. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm a United States history teacher, and the War Powers Act, of course, was put in place during the Vietnam crisis. As you know, that a lot of people felt like we'd grown so much in size and capacity because of the Vietnam challenge we had for so many years, and that Congress wanted to have more of a handle on how American troops are utilized. We're in a very different age today with not only the amount of information that's out there, but also the realities of war. With the War Powers Resolution, of course, the president needs to get authority, and that's something that he will eventually have to ask for if troops are in the field longer. But at this point, he has the discretion to use this. And as you know, for many years, if you look at whether it be the Biden or Obama or Bush administrations prior to this, the president has used these war powers to make sure that our enemies do not engage American troops or to destroy potential threats to America. I will not be voting for the Massey bill that, again, is undercutting what we are using effectively around the world right now. And that is American power is finally being used for the good. We saw that recently in Venezuela. We saw that recently, of course, in Iran. And we're, again, trying to thwart those people who would do harm to the United States. And again, the Venezuelans were right in our hemisphere, as we can get into a whole lesson about the Monroe Doctrine.
What is maybe your message to folks out there, the Democrats, who are pushing, the War Powers Resolution and have a lot to say about the situation with Iran that's unfolded? What is your message to them right now?
Well, I just ask them to be consistent. I mean, everyone in this building knows that Iran is a terrorist nation. They are a narco-terrorist state, so to speak, much like Venezuela was, where they wreak havoc. They kill their own citizens. Their goal is to acquire a nuclear weapon in which to maneuver either to just cause great destruction here in America or in the entire world. This is a country that is not among, I think, the civilized nations of the world, given their leadership's ambitions and what they have done in their own region. And so I'd hope the Democrats remind themselves of all the destruction that's taken place since 1979. And we have been incredibly patient with the Iranians. We said all we're asking you to do is not create a nuclear weapon. That's all. And if you do that, we will give you the opportunity to grow your country and use nuclear power to actually power your own cities, etc. And we'll bring you back into the world of nations here and be a common sense a partner in the future. Instead, they said, no, we will do everything we can to hide the ball. And their goal was to create a nuclear weapon, and their goal is to continue to produce these weapons of terror, which they're doing right now, again, against, in some cases, against what could have been potential allies. And you see them attacking hotels in places like Dubai. And this is a barbaric state, and I think that the president has done the right thing by finally saying that we've had enough of Iran. They are the source of evil in the Middle East and around the world. And remember, these are the same people who gave some of the militants in Afghanistan and other places roadside bombs so they can kill Americans overseas. So again, this is a very clear distinction here. And I think that the Democrats should get on board and say, let's finally put Iran in the ash heap of history, much like we did to the Soviet Union, so that the world can be a better place.
As we look at, all of this as a whole here, we know that the War Powers Resolution could be discussed later. We're watching the operation that President Trump says could last 4 to 5 more weeks. What is maybe one misunderstanding or some disinformation out there that you want to make sure people know about all of this?
Well, I think the biggest things, this is not America trying to do what we did in Iraq. We're not nation building. What we're doing is taking out the power that the government has in Iran over their own people and the tools of war that they are using against the entire region. As you've seen, we've taken out their Navy. We've taken out so many of their anti-ballistic missile batteries, etc. And remember, the people of Iran want freedom. This is why tens of thousands of Iranians have already been killed. Remember, they don't have in Iran Second Amendment rights. The only people who have weapons are the government, which is a minority of people that are using their power to limit the freedoms of all people in Iran. I mean, think about if you're a woman in Iran and that you're oppressed in such an obvious way. And this is what the government is pushing. And they're so fed up with it. They went to the streets and their own government slaughtered them in the streets, not 1 or 2 or 3 people, but tens of thousands of people. That's how barbaric this group is. And there could be some short-term realities with gas prices, etc. But America is making up or filling that void, which is why we have opened up our opportunities in America to finally become energy independent. And by drilling and using shale and other technologies, we're lowering the price of gasoline by over $1. There could be some short-term disruptions, but long-term, this is a logical play. Everyone, including Chuck Schumer, knows that Iran is a nation that you cannot negotiate with. They will lie, steal, cheat, and kill in order to get their way. And that's been proven since 1979.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know you have a busy day ahead, so we appreciate it. Anything that we missed that you want to make sure we mention here before I let you go?
Well, look, I think one thing is let's keep our troops in your prayers and your thoughts. I mean, these folks are literally the tip of the spear. They're doing everything they can so that the Iranians don't bring the war to our homeland. And also be very vigilant out there. We saw this recent attack in Texas by some radicals. Remember, 10 million people crossed the border during the Biden administration. We don't know exactly who those people are. So please keep your eyes open. Be aware of your circumstances, because this is a very fragile time. And we hope that this conflict will end quickly, but it's going to be done in a methodical way. I'm very confident that President Trump and Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth, they did a remarkable thing in Venezuela. And we are grateful to have the greatest fighting force in the world, as proved by Venezuela. I think we'll prove it again in Iran, that we are the force for freedom. And we are the ones trying to deter a larger conflict, which would be imminent, as Marco Rubio said, had we not acted in this recent attack.
All right. Mike Herodopoulos, thank you again for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks for your time. God bless.
And you are taking a live look over Beirut at this hour. You can see it's very smoky. As we mentioned, Israel revealing that it struck not just Tehran earlier today alongside the U.S., but also struck Beirut as they target the Hezbollah terror group as well as the IRGC in Iran. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage here on Operation Epic Fury and this potential War Powers resolution vote set for this week. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. Stay with us.
Remember the first video on the internet? 30 years of web on one platform. Check it out now.
SRP has energy solutions for every kind of company.
Brace your taste buds. The new DQ Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket comes with cool DQ soft serve as a dip for just $6.99. Add one of our new Tajin lemonades. It's the new Swicy menu, only for a limited time.
Monday.com, the opposite of any work platform we tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms, not naming names. They all suck. Monday, total opposite. Didn't just work, it spread. And people became Monday evangelists. And you know why? Because people actually liked using it. Now, it's not a chore. It's intuitive. You don't have to force anyone. They're on board. You can really see that Monday care about their user. The user is king. You can create workflows yourselves, no IT, no admins. And that's why we love it. There's no roadblocks. Everything can just be done instantly. We have people creating workflows and showing them off around the company. They take pride in it. I know it sounds like a commercial, but honestly, I never expected it to have this much influence.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, March 3rd. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. And no question, the big story that we are following right now is Operation Epic Fury. You're taking a live look there over northern Israel at this hour, as we know that sirens have been sounding over the past several hours and really for the past several days since the U.S. and Israel conducted that joint strike on Iran that killed Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and 50 other Iranian leaders there. Unclear if that is the final number or if they're still working to figure out more. But either way, we'll keep you updated on Live Now from Fox. This is a post just coming in from U.S. Central Command moments ago as they say the Iranian regime is using mobile launchers to indiscriminately fire missiles in an attempt to inflict maximum harm across the region. U.S. forces are hunting these threats down, and without apology or hesitation, we are taking them out. They also provided an image that you can see right there on the left-hand side of your screen. And as we head back here to the U.S., right here, this is a live look outside the White House. Now, this camera normally pops up if we are potentially going to see a member of the Trump administration walk out and speak to reporters. Right there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, the microphones are covered. As it appears, it is raining quite a bit there in D.C., but if we see anyone walk up, we're going to bring that to you in full, as we always do on Live Now from Fox. Right now, though, we know this week there is the potential for that War Powers resolution vote. I do want to bring in Grant Reher over at Syracuse University to discuss more about what that is, how it works, and really what to expect. Grant, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Sure. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Good morning. Well, I do want to go back to basics here because a lot of people have heard that term, war powers, and they're not really following all of this as it kind of develops here. So explain to me what this is, how that vote is expected to go.
Well, there's a reason why your viewers may not be familiar with it, because this is a law from 1973 that has been really, for the most part, honored in the breach. It is something that was a reaction to the Vietnam War, and in particular, Nixon's invasion of Cambodia. And basically, it calls for several things. It says that if the president is going to commit troops somewhere, he must consult with Congress to the degree that it's possible. Once that happens, he is under a 48-hour requirement to report to Congress on that. And then if there is not a congressional authorization or some kind of approval, even in the most extreme case, a declaration of war, but what has been common in recent decades has been authorizations of the use of force. Then if that doesn't take place within 60 days, those troops have to start being taken out, or the forces have to start being taken out. What this means in practicality is that the rule of thumb is that presidents will usually, if there's not an element of surprise or timing isn't an issue, will let a smaller group of Congress know that something is going to happen, and then they will ask for an authorization of use of force subsequent to that. When there's going to be a large commitment of ground troops, as we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan, then, as George W. Bush did, they will go to Congress and ask for that authorization beforehand. There are political as well as legal reasons to do that. So what Congress is doing here, the Democratic members in particular, are going back to that old law and saying, look, the president has to have our approval on this or else he can't do it. And they're citing that law in order to make that case. It's worth noting that every president since Richard Nixon, is one of the few things they all agree on, has said that that law is unconstitutional. It is a overreach and incurs into the president's powers as commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But we've kind of been in a constitutional limbo on this since the 70s. And, I think that will probably continue to be the case after this particular conflict is finished.
And so you touched there on the history of it, what it could do, but if this were to pass, if people vote in favor of it, will it actually do anything? Will that matter if it's been discussed as potentially being unconstitutional? Because President Trump would have to still sign off on it, I assume.
Well, right. And so now this is where it gets a little tricky. The provision in the War Powers Act allows for the Congress, through a resolution, to terminate the use of force. That is not something that is subject to a presidential veto in the same way that a piece of legislation would be. But the White House could certainly sue and say, we're going to take this to the Supreme Court, and we're going to call the question on whether this provision is constitutional or not. So that would be the way that would go. Frankly, I think this is all going to be moot because it's hard for me to imagine that this conflict is going to last the number of days that is specified in the War Powers Resolution Act.
Wanted to ask you about maybe some misinformation, disinformation. What is one thing or maybe several things about all of this that you think maybe people don't fully understand or misunderstand?
Well, I think the big one is what I started with, and this is something that is the fault of Congress and the White House over the years, different Congresses and different White Houses, and that is there is this law. Presidents say they don't have to follow it. Yet they almost always follow the spirit of it, unless there's a need, as in this case, of timing and surprise. My understanding of the launch of this attack was because the United States and Israel had information about where these leaders were at a particular moment in time and that they were vulnerable to attack. So you can't go to Congress and say, let's talk about this. You have to act. And so presidents have been honoring the spirit of this, but we're in, as I said before, this kind of state of legal and constitutional limbo of what actually is the rule here. And so there's been this dance back and forth. And the bigger point here is that as long as the country is behind these things, then this is less of an issue. So in the invasion of Iraq, we can look back on that and say that might have been a mistake. But at least at the time, the country was definitely supermajority in support of this. Same thing in Congress. Here's a different situation. The country is deeply, deeply divided. And we're seeing that divide play over into these issues of international use of force. And so instead of the country rallying behind Donald Trump and saying, we're in a conflict, we're going to set these partisan things aside, the partisan things are just right there where they always have been. Supermajority of Republicans are supporting the president. Supermajority of Democrats are opposing him. So that's what is making, I think, this situation harder to understand.
All right. Grant Reher, I appreciate it as always, you joining us here to help discuss a topic that a lot of people have a lot of questions on. Anything you want to add here before I let you go?
Well, I just think the big thing I would come back to is I think that if this is of a relatively short duration, and I think we all hope it is, and it's successful as well in terms of the aims that have been put forward for this, either neutralizing certain capacities in terms of weapons of mass destruction. There's controversy over whether that's necessary, or on the other hand, taking out what has been an incredibly repressive and bad acting regime in the world. Then if this is successful and it's done in a relatively short period of time, I think we're going to be back to where we were before on this issue of what does the War Powers Act actually mean and what will presidents do with it in the future.
All right. Grant Reher, thank you again for taking the time to join us and helping to break it all down. As always, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And of course, we'll keep everyone posted on how all of that plays out. Any comments that are made on either the Senate or House floor, we're going to bring those to you here as we cover everything related to Operation Epic Fury. We do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 8:55 on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Your ancestors' lives are just a search away.
Remember the first video on the internet? 30 years of web on one platform. Check it out now.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like us. I use it at school and at home. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I am learning too, while other kids are rotting their brains out. I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math.
iExcel actually makes math fun.
iExcel is perfect for busy kids and busy families like yours. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and on this Tuesday morning, I want to pop this up on your screen as we know that Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem is expected to testify here before Congress in just a matter of moments. This is set to get underway at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and we are, of course, going to take you out there live once it begins in just a matter of moments. Of course, we'll keep it on the screen and track it as, again, it should start here shortly. You can see what looks like folks kind of taking their seats. We expect that You're going to see, there you go, Kristi Noem shaking hands with the different lawmakers there ahead of this testimony. Now, of course, there are a lot of topics that are expected to be discussed here. And as you can imagine, it's very likely that part of this will include some kind of discussion about the situation in Iran, whether or not it's related to the topic at hand. Lawmakers tend to bring up some topics that are off topic as we see these different hearings play out. But again, this is happening right now and is expected to start here in just about a minute. You can see Kristi Noem is shaking some hands with lawmakers and other people who are there in the audience, so to speak. I want to go over just some of the details of what we expect here, as this is actually before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. And this is her testimony that honestly could take several different hours. We've seen some of these with the high-profile Trump administration officials that go on for not just an hour or two, but throughout the day, where they even have to take a break there between the different comments that are made, because sometimes they have to go take a vote. Now, I will say that she is the only person set to testify before this hearing. Again, that is Secretary Kristi Noem. As you can see, folks are there in the gallery, and normally what we see is that if anyone interrupts this, they are escorted out of the actual room there. But let me lift up the audio as we are hearing some shouting there.
Human rights. No one is illegal on stolen land.
All right, as you can see, everyone taking their pictures here of Kristi Noem before this gets underway. But she is going to be addressing lawmakers, as I mentioned, on a variety of topics. But they're demanding, of course, that she resign, be fired or impeached. And she says she's not doing any of that that's in her control. Her appearance before the Senate Judiciary Committee comes as members of both parties are criticizing her handling of the Trump administration's immigration operations throughout the U.S. Some Democrats, as I mentioned, calling for her to face impeachment. As this gets underway, we are going to raise up the audio.
Obviously, there's a lot of interest in this hearing. I thank the Secretary for coming. Before I give my opening statement and Senator Durbin gives his opening statement, I think we can expect in a hearing this important that we ought to have utmost of decorum during this hearing. Both the witnesses and the members of this committee need to treat each other with respect. And I hope the people in the audience will likewise treat this very important oversight hearing with the respect that it deserves. Secretary Noem, if you get cut off before you're able to answer, I'll give you time to finish your answer after the member's 10-minute has run out. Also, at any time, if you need a break, just let me know. And I think we had a request from your office that take a break maybe of 5 minutes halfway through the meeting, but if you want other breaks, just let us know. And for all the members, there's a 10-minute round of questioning. And I'm pretty liberal. If you got 5 seconds left in your 10 minutes and you start your question before the 5 seconds run out, I'll let you finish your question, but don't extend it into a 5-minute speech because we got to keep pretty much on time here. So once again, I would welcome everybody to the Judiciary Committee's oversight hearing for the Department of Homeland Security. This hearing comes amid a Democrat-led funding shutdown for the Secret Service, for FEMA, for TSA, and the Coast Guard. These agencies are vital to keeping our country safe. The hearing also comes as our military is engaged with Iran, and I offer my prayers and thoughts to our brave servicemen, and particularly to those families that have lost loved ones. Now more than ever, I hope the Democrats will decide to end the shutdown. The Trump administration has worked to deport those who don't have a legal basis in our country. Unfortunately, in the process, some DHS officers, migrants, and protesters have felt threatened, were injured, and in very rare instances, even killed. Mistakes have been made. Let's make it clear, one death is too many. But officers should never be threatened or harmed while enforcing our laws. And there is a clear difference between conduct protected by the First Amendment and unlawful obstruction. From my perspective, I believe immigration enforcement and dignity aren't mutually exclusive. Secretary Noem, I look forward to hearing how you're addressing these important issues while continuing the department's mission. And your department's mission is, of course, one of the most challenging in government. The responsibilities of the Department of Homeland Security are immense. Your department operates in a dynamic environment with increased threats against officers. According to DHS, ICE officers have faced an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE officers have faced a more than 1,300% increase in assaults. Federal law enforcement officers risk their lives finding and arresting criminals. Those criminals have committed murder, sexual assault on women and children, and many have been part of criminal gangs. According to DHS, ICE has arrested tens of thousands of potential national security risks. And ICE has arrested over 1,500 known or suspected terrorists and made over 7,000 gang arrests. Criminals like this destroy the lives of innocent people and have no business being in our country. And many of them are here because the Biden administration's shameful open border policy. Under your leadership, the department has renewed focus on removing criminals from our neighborhoods. You've also accomplished what many of my Democratic colleagues have said could only be done through new laws. You did it by securing the border, and President Trump did as well. In 2025, border crossings decreased 93%. According to DHS and Customs and Border Patrol, 0 illegal immigrants were released into the country for 10 consecutive months. And Customs and Border Protection has seized over 617,000 pounds of drugs. For more than a decade, I've done oversight of unaccompanied migrant children. The Biden administration lost track of thousands of children. The Biden administration disgracefully released children improperly vetted sponsors with addresses including gas stations, shopping malls, movie theaters, and even Disney World. That ought to shock the conscience of every American, and we all love children. The Trump administration has located over 145,000 of these children lost by Biden's open border policy. And thank God for finding those children. The department has taken important steps to ensure these children are located and removed from harm. The examples I just shared are results that keep our communities safe. The example, Secretary Noem, you've also been more responsive than your predecessors to a favorite effort on my part, my oversight requests. Now, I say how you've been responsive, but to be intellectually honest, from the previous administration, that's a low bar to overcome. In August last year, you provided updates regarding my longstanding Afghanistan evacuee oversight. Since 2021, I've investigated the Biden administration's failure to vet Afghan evacuees. The Biden administration hid vetting failures from the public, and multiple inspectors general have since confirmed these vetting failures. As one example, the Biden administration failed to vet evacuees against all available Defense Department tactical data prior to being paroled. On September the 9th last year, DHS told my office that as of August 12th, 2025, thousands of Operation Allies Welcome parolees were potentially national security risks. Records provided by DHS also show the Biden State Department recommended a special immigration visa to Afghan nationals charged with shooting 2 National Guardsmen here in Washington, D.C. According to the Biden State Department, at that time, the terrorist, quote, poses no threat to national security, end of quote. The Biden administration's failure to put this country at risk. Yet, my Democratic colleagues keep trying to ignore that historical fact. You all know I'm a strong supporter of inspectors generals and oversight. Inspector General Kafari has told my office several times that he's been restricted by DHS memo from speaking to certain congressional committees about classified report. That report is about covert testing of the Transportation Security Administration checkpoint security screening. I hosted last year a bicameral, bipartisan, classified briefing with senior DHS officials on that matter to do what I can to bring about transparency. I asked the Inspector General, Kafari, to attend, but he declined, asserting that there was a memo in the department preventing him from doing so. I've also commissioned the Government Accountability Office to review the matter relating to that classified report. Government Accountability Office has said they've been unable to obtain possession of the report and access to relevant Transportation Security Administration personnel. Inspectors General and the Government Accountability Office help bring about transparency, and we all know transparency brings accountability to government. Secretary Noem, if what my office has been told is accurate, these matters should have been ironed out a long time ago. If that isn't accurate, you can tell me. Lastly, after your confirmation, you worked with me to restore 3 whistleblowers to their jobs. Thank you for helping me, but more importantly, thank you for bringing justice to those people, because those whistleblowers faced tremendous retaliation for just reporting what the government should have been doing. They blew the whistle on the government's failure to comply with DNA Fingerprint Act of 2005. By executive order, President Trump has required compliance with that law. Now those whistleblowers have been elevated to supervisory roles. They'll receive back pay to cover years of financial losses. For 2 of them who needed it, their law enforcement credentials, badges, and firearms were reauthorized. Often I say whistleblowers are treated like skunks at a picnic, and these were treated like skunks by the previous administration. That administration failed to do right by these whistleblowers. I appreciate your leadership in righting the wrongs against those patriotic whistleblowers. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this oversight hearing. After months of excuses and delays from Secretary Noem, we finally gathered together. When I was chair, I restored this committee's long-standing tradition of regular oversight hearings with the Secretary of Homeland Security. Today's hearing is long overdue. We are joined today by friends and family members of individuals currently in ICE detention or who have been deported. I thank them for traveling here today. Their presence is a reminder that the policies implemented by DHS under your leadership, Madam Secretary, have a devastating impact on the lives of real people. Let me also say a word of those who have been, their families have been the victim of violence by immigrants. Although immigrants as a group commit less crime than native-born Americans, there is no excuse for violence, and what you've gone through is a just terrible situation that I will willingly acknowledge. From my point of view, we need an orderly process at the border to start with. And secondly, we should never knowingly allow a dangerous person into this country. And if someone is in this country seeking citizenship and commits a crime, serious crime, they should be asked to leave or incarcerated. Bottom line, there's a way to deal with immigration that is sensible and humane on both sides. More than a dozen years ago, 2 members of this committee, myself and another member, worked with a bipartisan group under Senator John McCain to write a comprehensive immigration law which dealt with many of the issues we've been working on since. It passed in the United States Senate with over 60 votes, bipartisan, supported by business and labor and religious leaders across the board. Unfortunately, the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives refused to take it up. Had we passed that and made it the law of the land, we could have avoided a lot of the terrible things that have occurred since. Madam Secretary, under your leadership, the Homeland Security Department has been devoid of any moral compass or respect for the rule of law. Without hesitation or remorse, DHS agents have wreaked havoc in our cities. I've seen it in the city of Chicago, and acted with unspeakable cruelty against children, immigrant families, and American citizens. This administration's reckless immigration enforcement campaign is creating fear in communities and eroding the foundational tenets of our democracy. Democrats believe that Congress must do its job and rein in ICE abuses by requiring immigration agents to simply follow the same rules as local police. While Republicans claim the DHS shutdown is putting us at risk, the reality is this administration has engaged in mass layoffs of career national security officials and diverted many others from protecting the homeland of the president's with the president's mass deportation campaign. This is all while Secretary Noem is sitting on an unprecedented amount of appropriated funds, more than the United States Marine Corps. The Republicans in Congress gave her this and gave her virtual decision-making power in terms of the execution of policies. And she is spending nearly $300 million on a fleet of luxury private jets so she can travel in style. Really? Secretary Noem has repeatedly claimed that the department is arresting the, quote, worst of the worst and making American cities safe. In fact, less than 14% of immigrants arrested during Trump's first year back in office had charges or convictions for violent criminal offenses. Less than 14%, 1 out of 7. Immigration agents arrive in cities without consulting local law enforcement. They roam the streets in paramilitary gear and arrest and detain people based on the color of their skin, their accents, and the language they speak, the infamous Kavanaugh stops. That is not a public safety operation. That is a paramilitary occupation, and Secretary Noem has made excessive force the department's default position. In my home state of Illinois, during the so-called Operation Midway Blitz, agents violently attacked, tackled, arrested, and detained immigrants and citizens. They conducted a military-style raid on an apartment complex, kicking down doors and zip-tying children. A Border Patrol agent shot an American citizen, Miramar Martinez, multiple times, 5 times. She miraculously survived. After the incident, the agent bragged on the internet, 5 shots, 7 holes. And this administration didn't just shoot her 5 times. They called her a domestic terrorist, tried to prosecute her on trumped-up charges that were ultimately withdrawn, and fought the public release of evidence in her case. In Minnesota, your agents shot and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy, 2 American citizens. And as their families struggle with these horrible tragedies, they had to fight baseless accusations of domestic terrorism from Secretary Noem, the head of the agency responsible for their loved one's death. The department has also translated the president's racist attacks for immigrants, and I quote, garbage, and said that he doesn't want immigrants from what he calls, and I'm going to clean this up, S-hole countries. I heard him say that in the Oval Office repeatedly. Secretary Noem responded to what she called, quote, a full travel ban on every damn country that's been flooding our nation with killers, leeches, and entitlement junkies. It just so happens that every country covered by the Trump-Noem ban has a majority non-white population. Earlier this month, the Trump administration deployed Border Czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis, supposedly to end Operation Metro Surge. The president is reading his sinking poll numbers and finally recognized the American people are sick and tired and fed up with this heavily armed, masked secret police agents causing chaos in our cities. But the reality is the administration has not backed down from Stephen Miller's 3,000 person a day arrest quota. Meeting this quota is impossible without continuing indiscriminate enforcement. There simply are not enough of the so-called worst of the worst to do it. ICE agents are even arresting trafficking survivors like Luna, who was abused for years. In February 2025, the Trump DHS found Luna's application for a trafficking visa was bona fide. Today, Luna is still in detention. DHS has launched a cruel scheme to purchase massive warehouses for detaining immigrants, some designed to hold 8,000 people. To put that in perspective, our largest federal prison holds 4,000. Listen to what the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops said about this. The thought of holding thousands of families in massive warehouses should challenge the conscience of every American. Whatever their immigration status, these are human beings created in the image and likeness of God, and this is a moral inflection point for our country. Even with tens of billions of dollars at your disposal, the administration already cannot meet the basic needs of the 65,000 people currently in immigration detention. Detained individuals, including children and infants, are subject to abusive conditions and inadequate medical care. This includes Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old arrested with his father in Minnesota, who became ill in detention, and Amalia, an 18-month-old baby who became so sick with a respiratory illness she was hospitalized for 10 days, only to be returned to detention and denied medication. We have also seen an unprecedented number of deaths in ICE custody. 7 people died last December alone. 9 have died this year. This includes Geraldo Lunas Campos, who was choked to death by guards. This avoidable tragedy was classified as a homicide by the county medical examiner. The Department of Homeland Security's response? Try and deport the witnesses as quickly as possible. Secretary Noem and her rogue immigration agents seem to believe they are above the law and accountable only to the president and Stephen Miller's evil vision of a hateful America. Chief Judge Patrick Schultz of Minnesota, a Republican appointee, found that ICE violated at least 96 court orders in Minnesota in January, the month of January alone, which he said was, quote, likely more than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And hundreds of federal judges have ruled more than 4,440 times that ICE is detaining immigrants illegally. That is an extraordinary rebuke from the federal bench. It hasn't stopped there. This department has trampled on the Fourth Amendment, forcibly entering private homes and businesses without judicial warrant. The Trump administration has also punished individuals for exercising their rights to free speech and peaceful protest under the First Amendment. They revoked a student's visa for writing an op-ed in America. In America. They have subpoenaed social media companies for information on Americans who have criticized ICE. ICE agents have found the addresses of peaceful protesters and showed up their homes to intimidate them. Now the administration is even threatening to interfere with our elections. President Trump has suggested that the federal government should nationalize elections. Top Trump ally Steve Bannon recently said, "We're going to have ICE surround the polls. We'll never again allow an election to be stolen," end of quote. Secretary Noem went further, and this is what you said, and I quote, "Make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to head this country." And the administration has threatened immigration enforcement surges if state officials do not turn over their voter rolls and raided an election office in one swing county. We must ask, what is President Trump's endgame for this reign of state-sponsored violence against America's own citizens? History teaches us that immigrants are the first target when an authoritarian regime seeks to erode civil rights and consolidate power. But immigrants are never the last target. And we know that Donald Trump does not respect the constitutional rights of any American, regardless of party. Secretary Noem, this is the first time we met. I've been on this committee for more than 2 decades. I worked with every one of your predecessors of both political parties. I tried to meet with you before and after your confirmation, but you refused every request. I want to be clear, and you should know this. No official on this side of the rostrum or the other is above the law. You have no right to deploy immigrant agents as a paramilitary force in American cities. You swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. You have an obligation to answer questions posed by the member of this committee so that meaningful accountability can begin for the terror we are witnessing in America every day.
Would you please stand to be sworn? Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for that positive response. Please go ahead and give your opening statement.
You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm a former female.
Okay. Well.
Employees sitting responding to disasters, not ICE agencies. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your staff say abolish ICE. Your staff say abolish ICE. Your staff say abolish ICE.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member, Senator Durbin, as well, and the distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today and talk about the important matters and work that the Department of Homeland Security does every single day. The Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, could maybe pull the microphone closer to you, please? Okay. And the red light is on?
Yep, it is.
Okay, proceed.
The Department of Homeland Security was established in the aftermath of 9/11, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. That resulted in the death of nearly 3,000 Americans. The mission of the Department of Homeland Security at that time was just as critical as it is today. We protect our American people, we prevent acts of terrorism, and we defend our homeland. Every action that the Department of Homeland Security takes is guided by that mission and by that responsibility. Thanks to President Trump's leadership and the hard work of the men and women of DHS, our department has delivered historic results and has made our communities safer. Since the start of President Trump's second term, daily encounters along the southwest border declined by 96% compared to the Biden administration's daily average. We've reached the lowest levels ever recorded in U.S. Customs and Border Protection's history. In President Trump's first year, total Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border were less than the average of a single month under the Biden administration. For 10 straight months, the Border Patrol has released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the United States. And in President Trump's historic first year back in office, nearly 3 million illegal aliens have left the United States as a result of the administration's enforcement efforts from following the law. That includes 2.2 million that have voluntarily left and returned back to their home countries, and more than 675,000 detainments and deportations. A majority of the aliens that were arrested by Immigrations and Customs Enforcement have a criminal record and have been charged with or convicted of secondary crimes in addition to their initial crime of being in the United States illegally. During this period, ICE has arrested over 1,500 known and suspected terrorists, more than 7,700 known gang members, many of them that were allowed to come into this country under the Biden administration. We have also reached the lowest murder rate in the last 125 years since that data was tracked. Under President Biden, more than 450,000 unaccompanied alien children went missing or were lost due to the dangerous open border policies that were embraced. Under President Trump, the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Health and Human Services have already located over 145,000 of these children and returned them back to their families and back to people who care about them. And we will not stop until every single one of those children is found. Fentanyl trafficking at the southern border is down. It's been cut by over 56% because of that secure border and the enforcement actions that have been taking there. And that's compared to the same period of time in 2024. The Coast Guard has seized enough cocaine the past year to prevent quantities capable of killing more than 193 million Americans, and it's kept them off of our streets. In fact, total interdiction efforts under the Trump administration have prevented 1.7 billion lethal doses of drugs from killing our next generation of Americans. These results reflect the fact that we are enforcing the laws that Congress has passed. I want to address the dangerous environment that our ICE officers face on the streets today. They are facing a serious and escalating threat as a result of deliberate mischaracterizations of their heroic work and rhetoric that demonizes our law enforcement. DHS has documented an 8,000% increase in death threats against our ICE officers and their families, as well as more than 1,300% increase in assaults while carrying out the lawful enforcement operations that they do every single day. I recognize that members of this committee may hold differing views about immigration policy, but it's important that we distinguish between disagreements over policy and the department's operational responsibility to enforce existing law that has been passed by Congress. It's our duty as a department to defend our homeland. The latest Democrat-led shutdown of DHS is reckless, it's unnecessary, and it undermines the American national security, and it harms the men and women who work at DHS and their families. Despite the House passing a bipartisan, bicameral full-year DHS funding bill, it is Senate Democrats who have chosen not to fund the department and have held this department hostage. As a result, critical national security missions, including border security, immigration enforcement, aviation security, disaster response, cybersecurity, and the protection of critical infrastructure, are all being strained. Our ability to provide for a safe and successful World Cup is being hindered as well. More than 100,000 dedicated DHS employees are once again being asked to work without pay for the third time in just 5 months. At a time when we've produced the most secure border in history and removed nearly 3 million illegal aliens from our country, disrupting the department responsible for those gains is indefensible. I want to thank the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security for their professionalism, for their dedication, for their commitment to keeping America safe and continuing to show up and work even though they aren't being compensated for it. They've kept us safe and they have patience, and our success is only possible because of their service and sacrifices. I also want to thank our angel families that are behind us to tell their stories and testimonies, and also thank my husband for being here in support as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Mr. Chairman, and to all the distinguished members. I look forward to your questions today. With that, I yield back.
I have spoken about the 10-minute times that we have. Get it up to 10 minutes for me. It's on 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Thank you for your testimony. The previous administration's open border policy brought millions of people to this country. We don't know everyone's background or true intent for entering, but we know many of these had ill intent. Given the Iran conflict, what steps has Homeland Security taken to protect the potential against potential Iranian sleeper cells and related terrorism?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We work with agencies and law enforcement partners to make sure that we are investigating and finding any threats to the homeland here within our borders. We work with the FBI often, and Homeland Security Investigations specializes in this kind of work each and every day. Not only that, we go back and we are revetting some of the individuals and some of the programs that we may have concerns about, looking at social media, also going through those interviews that are necessary for some of our programs that the Biden administration abused and perverted under their time there as well. We look at the fact, Mr. Chairman, that over the last administration, when millions of people streamed across our border, we don't necessarily know who all came into our country. We know that we have many dangerous individuals that came in unvetted, and we are working every single day to find them and to make sure that we're preventing the next attack and preventing the next crime they may perpetuate against the American people.
Yeah. You heard in my opening statement about the Inspector General's report on airport security screening. After Congress had been told of the report, you announced $1 billion in airport security upgrades. Press report have sources attacking you for changing the shoe removal policy. Does the $1 billion investment relate to the issue in the Inspector General's report? And then I have a follow-up to that.
Well, sir, I can't speak directly to that report because it is classified. I will tell you that all of the recommendations that the Inspector General had in that report have already been implemented, and that there was flawed data included in it. What I will tell you is the $1 billion investment is necessary at our TSA security checkpoints because it's been over a decade since a significant upgrade has happened. We have new technologies that can be used in X-ray baggage scanners, abilities to use information and new technologies to scan individuals that would be more efficient, allow people to get through the security checkpoint and get to their planes on time and ensure their safety. The number one priority of TSA is security, and we make sure that we are continuing to use all of the options and tools available to us to make sure that they are safe as they travel through our airports and in our airways.
Thank you for that report. The follow-up is, was going to ask for those details, but you've given me those details. Have these details been communicated to the Inspector General?
Yes, they have, sir. And I wanted to also, in regards to your comments in your opening statement, there's nothing preventing the IG from coming and briefing members of Congress, and he's free to do that. We just need to remember it's a classified document and use those protocols to ensure that it remains classified.
Regarding Afghan evacuee oversight of mine, you informed my office that thousands of Afghan parolees were potential national security risk. Nearly reported to me on August 12th last year. What steps have you taken with the interagency partners to investigate these parolees, and what, if any, national security concerns still exist because of the previous administration's failures to vet?
Well, Mr. Chairman, some of the things that we have implemented under President Trump's administration is to go back and look at those individuals who came in under Operation Allies Welcome and make sure that we're re-vetting those, especially those that have come in the last 4 years under the Biden administration, recognizing that they weren't tracking necessarily biometrics or their social media presence, communication, how they were doing since they'd come to the United States. And also, sir, there's a requirement under that program to come back every single year and do an interview to discuss with them and have conversations on what they're doing in the United States, how they're transitioning to the United States under that program, and that was not being done. So we're going back and re-vetting all of those individuals and making sure that we know that if someone is here in this country, that they love America, they want to be a part of our way of life, and they don't wish to do us harm.
I'd like to have you provide me an update on evacuee, Afghan evacuee data. As I said in my opening, Trump administration has located over 145,000 children that the previous administration lost. Your department is also performing welfare checks on these children. Describe the ongoing efforts that your department is taking to find children who've yet to be located, and how recent welfare checks expose previous vetting failures.
Yes, I would say those 450,000 children that came into this country that were unaccompanied alien were lost by the Biden administration, not tracked. We've located about 145,000 of them, and we've done that through the investigative work of our Homeland Security Investigations team. They are phenomenal at the work that they do, and they specialize in child trafficking, sex trafficking, and finding individuals that would perpetuate that harm against our children. The one thing that has been challenging is that under the Biden administration, the government paid sponsors in HHS in order to host these children. And those sponsors, many times, we found instances where they trafficked these children themselves. So under that administration, we not only had children that were in this country as a part of a program, the government was paying individuals that were knowingly trafficking them and abusing them. That has stopped. We have gone through and found these children and put them back with their families when we have the opportunity to do so, and with loved ones that will care for them. And I would say that even in one case, we have other countries where we've been working with them to get their children back home, where we've been prevented returning these families back and helping them to be reunified by activist judges. But we will continue to work to ensure that these individuals and these children that were abused by the trafficking over the border have the opportunity to be brought back to their families and to their loved ones going forward.
I want to bring up administrative warrants. There's been questions raised about your department use of them. Immigration laws include complex and specialized legal processes. For the record today, please briefly discuss how the administrative warrant works and how often they're used.
Well, an administrative warrant is utilized on a regular basis because it's the process that Congress has given us. It's the process in immigration law that you've given us to ensure that someone is returned back to their home country. And I would say that most of the time when it gets talked about, it's inaccurate. In the 400,000 cases that ICE has used these administrative warrants, only 28 times have they been used to enter a home. So it is the legal process that we have, that we follow as given to us by Congress, and it's been affirmed by the Supreme Court as the correct way to follow the law. We will continue using this tool as its Department of Homeland Security is responsible for.
Under both Democrat and Republican presidents, I've conducted oversight of employees called special government employees. By law, these employee is limited to 130 days a year of government work, and it's been understood that a partial day is 1 day at work. Have you ensured the SGE personnel follow all laws, rules, and regulations as intended?
Yes, sir. They have career officials at the Department of Homeland Security that track that data, and they've all followed the laws and the rules regarding special government employees.
You stated that the Department of Government Efficiency found software on your government devices that was used improperly serve you and other political officials? What's the status of the investigation into that matter, and has any disciplinary action taken?
Yes, sir, there was software that was doing surveillance on political appointees at the Department of Homeland Security. And there was measures put in place where some people were removed from their positions and accountability measures put in place. And we continue to monitor our systems as the agency that is trusted with cybersecurity and ensuring that our critical infrastructure is protected from hacking attempts from foreign nationals who wish to do us harm or individuals within this country. We take seriously the amount of software, surveillance, and work that we do within the department as well.
My 10 minutes are up. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Noem, the nation has watched horrified as immigration agents killed Renee Good, Alex Preddy. In Chicago, one of your Border Patrol agents shot Marimor Martinez 5 times after ramming her car. You and your agency rushed to brand these victims as, quote, domestic terrorist. We have ample video evidence and eyewitness testimony proving you are wrong. Your statements caused immeasurable pain to these families. Let me give you an opportunity to do the right thing. Do you retract these statements identifying these individuals as domestic terrorists?
You know, Senator Durbin, when we have these situations happen, we always offer our condolences to those families, and I offer mine as well. These are tragic situations, and I can't imagine what these families go through in losing a loved one. What I will say is we always work to provide the American people with as much information as possible, that we're relying on reports from the ground and from agents that are there and working to be transparent, and we'll continue to do all that we can to provide the accurate information and the facts to people as we can.
Where did you get that information? In a recent hearing before the HISGAC committee, CBP and ICE officials testified under oath that their agencies did not inform you that Preddy was a domestic terrorist during that hearing, stated during that hearing.
I was getting reports from the ground from agents at the scene, and I would say that it was a chaotic scene, as you've seen in Minneapolis and St. Paul, as immigration enforcement has gone forward, and we've worked at targeting the worst of the worst, that many times our agents have been faced with violent
the victims of that violence domestic terrorists as a way to calm the scene?
These violent terrorists have put them in a situation where they've been, it's unprecedented what these agents have faced it. So that situation on the ground that day was chaotic, and it was something that they were transpiring and sharing information
brand them as domestic
with us.
Terrorists. Can you explain why you decided to brand these victims that we all saw on video, who were out protesting the activities of your agency and were killed as a result of it? How did you think that calling them domestic terrorists at that scene was somehow going to calm the situation?
You know, Senator, we are working in those situations where there's a tragic loss of life and that there is something that our agents are involved in, that we continue to deliver information.
Is it so hard to say you were wrong?
We continue, as these investigations continue to go, we will provide, I absolutely strive to provide factual information, and we'll continue to do that.
And when you fail, do you admit it publicly?
Absolutely. We always know that there's room for improvement, that we will.
Stop the talk, so.
Steve Porter Jr. and Dr. Linda Davis. They were Americans killed by ICE. You are not giving their family any justice. Say their names. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter.
I think you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to turn to another incident where DHS is concealing the facts from the American public. Geraldo Luna Campos died in an immigration detention. DHS claimed he killed himself, but an independent medical examiner found his death was a homicide.
All right, so we are listening in there to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem testifying before the Senate committee. We will continue that. If you would like to watch uninterrupted, you can scan that QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. But we are turning now to some breaking news that we wanted to share with you as it pertains to Iran. Putting this up on your screen here, this is from Fox News. We're learning Israeli forces struck an Iranian Supreme Council gathering today as the group was meeting to choose a successor to the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. A senior Israeli official telling this to Fox News. We also do know Fox News' Trey Yingst reported the update live on Fox this morning as well, saying the move, quote, speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. Yingst went on to say they just targeted the meeting in Tehran, where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. And there's that post there from Trey Yingst. The U.S. and Israel killed 49 of Iran's most senior leaders in the opening salvo of Operation Epic Fury on Saturday morning, leaving Iran's military fractured and leaderless. And the death of the supreme leader after almost 37 years in power raises questions about Iran's future. The beginnings of a complex succession process began to take shape the morning after Khamenei's killing in an airstrike campaign by the United States and Israel. As outlined in its constitution, Iran on Sunday formed a council to assume leadership duties and govern the country. Though will govern in the interim, an 88-member panel called the Assembly of Experts must, as soon as possible, pick a new supreme leader under Iranian law. So as we are sharing here, we are going to head back to this testimony with Kristi Noem there on Capitol Hill. But if you are just tuning in, we are sharing this here with you, this breaking news. And I do want to just head back to this first tweet here that we were sharing on the screen here with you. We are following this breaking news on Iran. If you are just tuning in, putting this back up on your screen here as Israeli forces struck an Iranian Supreme Council gathering today as the group was meeting to choose a successor to the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. That's according to a senior Israeli official to Fox News. And we're also hearing from Fox News' Trey Yingst reporting this update this morning, saying the move, quote, speaks to the Israeli intelligence about this war. Going on to say they just targeted the meeting in Tehran where what's left of the leadership was gathering to choose a new supreme leader. That's according to Trey Yingst. We do know the U.S. and Israel killed 49 of Iran's most senior leaders in the opening salvo of Operation Epic Fury on Saturday morning, leaving Iran's military fractured and leaderless. But the death of the 7 years in power is raising questions about Iran's future. And the beginnings of this complex succession process began to take shape the morning after Khamenei's killing in an airstrike campaign by the United States and Israel. As outlined in its constitution, Iran on Sunday formed a council to assume leadership duties to govern the country. And though the Leadership Council will govern in the interim, an 88-member panel called the Assembly of Experts must, as soon as possible, pick a new supreme leader under Iranian law. So we did want to share this breaking news here with you. Once again, the latest out of Iran, as we're learning, Israeli forces struck an Iranian Supreme Council gathering on Tuesday as the group was meeting to choose a successor to the late Ayatollah. We'll continue to follow this here for you on Live Now from Fox as we do head back out to Capitol Hill. We're listening into DHS Secretary Kristi Noem as she is testifying.
% of the 400,000 immigrants that ICE arrested during President Trump's first term in office had no violent criminal record. The president said over and over to Israelis, we're going after the worst of the worst, the terrorists, the murderers, the rapists. And then it turns out that 85% of the people you've gone after have no criminal history whatsoever. How do you explain that?
Sir, when you talk about violent crimes, what you're saying, the crimes that don't matter, that you aren't counting, are ones that affect American families every single day. You're not counting DUIs. You're not counting embezzlements. You're not counting theft. And you're not counting the other crimes against people and drug trafficking and proliferating that. So if you don't count those as crimes, that these individuals and impacting families in this country.
They are counted, and they calculate 14% of those that
those are not counted in your 14%. If you were counting crimes that these illegal aliens in this country have committed, it would be well over 65 to 70% of the individuals that are detained today have those crimes on their record, besides the crime of being in this country illegally.
Going to back that up with some information for me?
Absolutely, I will.
I certainly hope you will. How does taking a father from a child dying of cancer